Okay, good morning, students. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. We can hear.
Okay. So yesterday we have discussed about the emergence of sociology and the growth of the subject. We have discussed certain uh, points and we have discussed certain situations that have arrived during this 18th, 19th century in Europe, because of which the subject came, and those circumstances and situations that have arrived in Europe that lead to the growth of the subject has been detailed yesterday through certain points of social and economic changes through enlightenment, then through French Revolution, through Industrial Revolution. So we have discussed this point. Now today we'll discuss in details about how industrial revolutions had an impact on the society that led to the development of this subject. So yesterday we discussed that industrial revolution had changed the economy, and because of which uh, capitalism arose. Before industrial revolution, there was a simple economic transactions happening in the society that was based on barter economy. But after the industrial revolution in England, after the uh, discovery of or the invention of the spinning jenny, capitalism and market economies came into place, for which development of banks, then insurance companies and finance corporations took place, and because of which new economic relationship among the people arise, which led to the growth of a new class of industrial workers, capitalists, and managers, and the whole class system of the society got transferred, and the peasants got themselves occupied in the new industrial society as laborers, because of which uh, there started rise of population in the industrial areas, and because of which uh, a phase of migration was also seen, that is known as rural to urban migration. And this rural to urban migration led to urbanization, and different industrial cities grew. And in sociology, one of such important cities is the Chicago city, that I think we'll learn in the later classes. And these industrial cities uh, were marked by different social changes, and these changes, right from family to culture to uh, different social problems like pollution, then growth of disease. So all this should be covered through a certain subject, and because of which sociology came. Now after industrial revolution, we have noticed that World War I and World War II also had an impact in the development of sociology. So World War I and World War II also led to certain changes in our society. So if we consider these both wars, we can see how colonial aspects of the world was shifted, and after World War II, many new countries got liberated from their colonials, and the issue of democracy, it started going across all countries, and because of which the uh, the countries have changed themselves. So because of certain changes that arise after World War I and World War II, there was the need of a subject, and for which sociology came. So we have seen that, like, different parameters took place for which sociology came, and among these, after World War I and World War II, we have also seen some other factors like urbanization, modernization, and globalization, the global culture that came after World War II also led to certain changes in society. We had new connectivities, new people came up with a new type of hybrid culture where every people got connected to one another by a network, by a series of network, and we can see that our society has transformed into a network society. And this through this network society, different parameters got exchanged, like culture, then belief systems, traditions, languages, and because of which a new type of characteristics have emerged in the society, and because of which there was a need of a subject, and for which sociology came. Okay, now through the development of sociology, there came the development of sociological thinking. So August Scott, he emerged himself as one of the pioneer of sociology through breaking through his certain sociological thinking of how people evolve their mindset in the society through his theory of law of three stages. So sociological thinking also arises because of these situations of enlightenment, World War One, World War Two, Industrial Revolution, rise of science, feminism. So because of these circumstances, sociological thinking emerged, and different sociologists, they came up with different perspectives. So if we talk about the sociological perspectives for the development of sociology, four perspectives we need to consider. So the first one is the structural functional perspective, the second one is the conflict perspective, the third is the structural perspective, and the fourth is the symbolic interaction perspective. So starting with August Scott, who coined the subject sociology, he came up with his theory of law of three stages, and we have seen that August Scott, through his theory of law of three stages, he described society into three phases. The first is the theological phase, the second is the metaphysical phase, and the third is the positivist phase. So, through theological phase, August Scott started his idea of how people had a mindset or a belief system in society. In theological phase, people started to get answers of certain questions from theology, that is, from religion or from God. Like people believe that every happening that was going on in the society, of which people did not had any answer, people started thinking that God was controlling these happenings or these events or these circumstances. Like for example, if there is rain, if there is thunderstorm, if there is day happening, if night comes, people think that this is all being controlled by God. So if there is rain, if it is raining, then it's like the main reason behind this is God. If there is an earthquake happening, if there is a volcano happening, people believe that these are situations that have arisen because of God. After a certain time, people started believe that there are not only one God, but there are multiple gods, or there are multiple superstitious forces that controls the aspects happening in and around us, the physical aspects. So there might be a god of rain, there might be a some superstitious power which is controlling the thunder, there might be a superstitious power that is controlling the earthquake, there might be a superstitious power that is controlling the sunshine, or there might be a superstitious power that is controlling the night when the moon comes. So people believe that there are not only one God, there may be multiple gods or multiple powers or forces that are controlling in the society. But later on, after industrial revolution, there arrived a phase that is termed as positivist phase, according to August Scott. So in this phase, people started taking answers from science. They rather started believing that all the happenings in and around us, we rather taking answers from God, we should try to dig out the actual reason, and those reasons should be taken through a scientific manner with experimentation, with facts, and with justifiable causes. And because of which people started to analyze and justify and discover new answers. And these answers were not based on superstitious or religious belief. So people started to get answers of earthquake. Earthquake is happening not because of God, it is because of tectonic plates that are present in our earth crust, and because of the uh, collision of tectonic plates, there might be earthquake. Then people got to know about the answers of rainfall. It is because of the earth atmospheric pressure of condensation and evaporation that we are having rainfall. Then people started to get answers about day and night. It is because of earth revolution around the sun we are having day, and earth revolution around the moon we are having night. So people started to get the all answers about the fundamental happenings of our society through science. And that was the period when people's mind and people's thinking, it got acquainted with scientific analysis, and that phase is known as a positivist phase. So August Scott, he gave a theory of evolution of human mind, about how human mindset got evolved in our society through three phases, and how each and every phases inculcate a different type of justifiable manner about the happenings of the society. And it was through positivist phase, the last phase of August Scott, where he told that people started believing on science, and it is through scientific manner we can understand the society. And that is why August Scott's definition of sociology is the scientific analysis or scientific understanding of the society. So August Comte, through his law of three phases, he gave the first theory in the development of sociology. And because of this particular theory, the people from other subjects, like from economics, from history, from philosophy, from political science, they started accepting the fact that there is a need of a new subject called sociology. So it was August Scott, through these theories, or through this theory of law of three stages, the importance of sociology came among other subjects, and the recognition of sociology started. Now, August Scott also gave an analysis of how we can categorize the subjects present in our society. So, August Scott, he told that those subjects that are from pure sciences and natural sciences, who are independent, they should be ranked first in the hierarchy, and the dependent subjects came later. So his categories of ranking of subjects, it was through mathematics, then astronomy, then physics, then chemistry, then biology, and then sociology. So for him, sociology was the queen of subjects, and that is why he wanted to make sociology a discipline through scientific analysis or through scientific study. Apart from Agascott, there were different sociologists, of which we have to take into consideration about Emil Durkheim, Max Weber, and Karl Marx. So, in structural functionalism, apart from Agascott, there is Herbert Spencer and Emil Durkheim, who massively contributed for the development of sociology. So, Herbert Spencer, he combined biology and sociology. So, earlier classes we have discussed about Darwin, who was a pioneer of the evolutionary model of scientific analysis, and Herbert Spencer, he went side by side with Darwin because he was also a British citizen, and Herbert Spencer, he gave his organic analogy of society. For Spencer, human society can be compared with a living organism or a living animal or a living creature. And how biology studies an organism, similarly through sociology also we can study our society through a biological analysis. So Spencer, he compared society with a living organism, and he came through this analysis that in our society we have different organs, just like a living organism has a different sets of organs. So a human being, he would be having eyes, nose, ears, tongue, kidneys, livers, pancreas. So similarly, our society also has different organs, and these organs are the various institutions like family, marriage, economy, market, caste, tribe. So these organs are like the organs that are present in our body, and our body functions because of the interrelatedness and interdependentness of the organs. Our eyes are related to our mouth, or our tongue is also connected with our nose is connected with our ears. So every organ is interconnected, and they have different sets of functions and roles to play for the proper functioning of our body. So similarly, every organ of the society, that is every institute of the society, just like marriage, family, economy, polity, then market, caste, tribe. So all these institutions, they are interconnected, and they have different sets of functions and roles through which this society functions. So if there is a problem in one organ, the rest of the organs come together to solve the problem. So similarly, if there is a problem in our in our society, so the rest of the institutions, they come together to solve the problem. So an example of this we can take during COVID-19 situation. So during COVID-19, different type of institutions, it got non-functional or dysfunctional, because of which adaptation to a new situation came, and these institutes, they had a different type of roles and tasks. So we can see, let's take for example the institution of education. So prior to COVID-19, before COVID-19, there were offline classes, people are going to colleges and university, and there was the regular mode of education happening. But after COVID-19, the education system, it got collapsed, and people were no longer able to move out of their houses to universities and colleges to get education. So different institute helped education, the Institute of Education. So it was science and technology, another institute that helped education. Through science and technology, people started using online platforms such as Google Meet, such as other uh, other connecting softwares and applications, and people started to imply these softwares and applications in education, and education became possible through online or through virtual mode. So the Institute of Science and Technology, it helped the Institute of Education. So likewise, when there is a problem in a society, the other institutes, they help that particular institute who has who has a problem or who is facing a problem. Just like if there is a problem in our hand, our other organs come together to solve the issue of our hand. So through this perspective, we can say that our human body and our society is a similar kind of trajectory through which we can understand and analyze society. So Herbert Spencer came up with this situation of theorizing society in a biological manner through organicism, and this led to the development of sociology. So the development of sociology, it came through Herbert Spencer, through August Scott, then Herbert Spencer, then a different perspective that is known as a conflict perspective. Now we have already discussed like the development of sociology, it can be theorized through four theories. So the first phase of development of sociology came through structural functionalism, and the people who are involved in these theories are August Scott, Herbert Spencer, and Imal Durkheim. So through structural functionalism, we have came to know that different institutes have different functions, and this through these functions of different institutes, our society functions. So what are the functions? So different institutes such as marriage, they have a different set of functions. Family, they have a different set of functions. Economy, they have a different set of functions. Polity, they have a different set of functions. Then caste, they have a different set of functions. So all these functions, because of all these functions of the institutes, our society our society functions, and our society continues. Now Iman Durkheim, he also did certain work for which sociology, the subject of sociology came.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Is anyone having any doubt? Okay. So this development through Imal Durkheim, it came through his scientific analysis and using statistics in sociology. So it was Durkheim who used scientific parameters and such as statistics and uh, scientific analysis in sociology, and the experimentation method in sociology through his widely regarded work of suicide. So Imal Durkheim, he came up with his theory of suicide, which is regarded as one of the main important work for the development of sociology. So for Durkheim, suicide was something which is external, which is sociological and not psychological. Before Imal Durkheim, people started believing that suicide is based on psychology and it is not sociological. But it was Imal Durkheim who told that suicide is something which is based on society and it is sociological. So Durkheim started collecting data about the people in France who committed suicide. And he did a scientific analysis of those data into 4 categories or 4 types of suicides. The first is the egoistic suicide. The second is the altruistic suicide. The third one is the economic suicide. And the fourth one is the fatalistic suicide. So through this 4 suicide, the theory of suicide was formed, and it reckoned the development of sociology through this theory. Now, we'll not discuss the theories in details. I'm just giving a brief understanding about how these theories contributed to the development of sociology. So these theories are also known as the classical theories, and I think we'll discuss these theories in the later part of our course. Now, after structural functional perspective for the development of sociology, a new perspective came that is known as the conflict perspective or the dialectical perspective. It was laid down by the famous thinker called Karl Marx. So Karl Marx also had a role in the development of the subject. It was Marx who viewed society through conflict. For Marx, conflict is one such situations because of which new societies have emerged, and it is conflict through which we can understand society. And Karl Marx's theory of conflict led to the development of sociology, or it is one of the perspectives that is important for the development of the subject. So Marx basically told that every society continues because there are certain sets of classes, and these classes are always into conflict. So Marx gave his theory of historical materialism, where he beautifully divided society with classes and how each and every society emerged because of the conflict of different classes. And these societies can be known as the ancient society, the slavery society, the feudal society, the capitalist society. So in ancient society, there were no classes. In the slavery society, there are 2 classes. They are the owners and the slaves. Then in the feudal societies, there are 2 classes. There are feudal lords and serfs. Then in the capitalist society also again there are 2 classes. They are the capitalist and the proletariat or the working class people. So in these societies there are always class struggles, or there are always conflicts happening, and because of this conflict only we are looking new societies. So every society is subjected to conflict. So if we go back to our history books, we can see that the current Indian society that have emerged because of one conflict, that is the Indian struggle for freedom. So in every state or in every region there are wars, there are conflicts happening, and because of which society have emerged. So through this theory of conflict, we can understand society in a Marxian perspective of how the superior classes always try to exploit the lower classes, and because of which the lower classes, they come together through class consciousness and they start class struggle, and a new type of society or sociological relationships emerges in the society. So this understanding of society is known as the conflict perspective. So apart from conflict perspective, there is one more perspective that helped in the development of sociology, that is the structural perspective. So this structural perspective, it was started by a sociologist called Levi-Strauss. So Levi-Strauss laid down the foundation for structuralism. So what is structuralism? Structuralism is nothing but the idea of structures that governs the society, and these structures can be understood through binary opposition, and it was the uses of structuralism in linguistics by a linguist called Saussure, for which Levi-Strauss borrowed the understanding in sociology from linguistics. So through structuralism, the social structures of our society can be analyzed, and this perspective also laid down for the development of sociology. So Levi-Strauss, he analyzed kinship, he analyzed myths and taboos through social structures, through structuralism, and because of which structuralism also became one of the important perspective in sociology. So Levi-Strauss, he laid emphasis on the kinship and the family system, and the taboo system, and the myths and rituals that were among the Brazilians, of which he did a fieldwork in Brazil. So we'll discuss in details about structuralism in the coming classes. Now, apart from structuralism, there is also one more sociological perspective that helped in the development of the subject sociology, and that perspective is known as the symbolic interaction perspective. So the symbolic interaction perspective, it was started by G.H. Mead, and this is relatively a new perspective compared to other perspectives, and it is through socialization how people understand and read and analyze the happenings in and around society through symbols, and this perspective laid down the foundation for the development of self, that is how people develop themselves through socialization, and this perspective also helped in the development of the subject. So there is one more sociologist who had a great contribution for the development of the subject, and he is known as Max Weber. So Max Weber, he is regarded as one of the important classical thinkers who developed the subject, and Max Weber's theory is known as the interpretative theory of sociology, or which we can say as the interpretative sociology. So these people, Emil Durkheim, Herbert Spencer, Karl Marx, Max Weber, then G.H. Mead, and Levi-Strauss, these people developed the subject. So is there any doubt?
No, sir.
Any queries till now?
No, sir.
No.
Okay. Okay, so till now we have discussed how different perspectives help in the development of the subject. Okay. So apart from the perspectives, the subject developed because of a methodology and because of certain methodologies through which society can be analyzed. Okay. The structural functional perspective, it was based on positivism, which is a methodology for understanding or analyzing the aspects of the society. So the positivism methodology, it lays emphasis on scientific understanding or on factual data, on scientific logic and reasoning through which the happenings of the society can be understood. And that is why Herbert Spencer, he reclined himself on biology, and August Scott, he used certain natural sciences such as mathematics and physics to understand the society. So structural functionalism, it has a positive implication and a scientific methodology which is based on pure and biological science. Then the conflict perspectives, it is also based on positivism. The interpretative perspective, it is not based on scientific understanding. It is based on subjectivity. It is based on interpersonal relationships. It is based on the interpretative understanding of human relations or human social actions, and which is known as Verstehen. So Max Weber's methodology is not positivism, it is Verstehen. So different methodology also came into being for the development of the subject. Okay. So we have completed block 1, which factors led to the development of the subject. So now we can start unit 2, that is block 2. So in unit 1, do you have anything to ask? Any queries, any doubts? Or we can continue with block 2. Or we can go to block 2.
No, sir.
Okay, so we'll start block 2 or unit 2. That is relationship of sociology with other social sciences. So everyone has this syllabus, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. So here we will discuss how sociology is related, or how sociology is connected with other social sciences. So there are different social sciences such as history, psychology, economics, social anthropology. Apart from these subjects, there are also political science, then philosophy. How sociology is connected, or how, what kind of relation sociology has with these subjects, we'll study this in this unit. So we can see that sociology is the youngest of the social sciences. It is a very new subject, and the word sociology is derived from the Latin word socius and the Greek word logos or logi. And it started only in 1838. But prior to 1838, there were other subjects such as history, economics, political science, and because of which sociology is regarded as the youngest subject in social sciences. So if we try to jot down the scope of sociology, we can see that it is the scientific study of human society, and its primary focus is how we can study society and how we can grab the knowledge about the social happenings that is happening in and around the society, and how we can explain social phenomena through a sociological understanding. And one sociologist have beautifully gave us the understanding of sociological imagination. So everything that is happening in the society, to be sociological, we need to imagine it sociologically, and it is through sociological imagination we can understand the happenings in and around us. So C. Wright Mills, he came up with the term sociological imagination, and this process of sociological imagination, it happens through habitualization, institutionalization, and through sociological imagination, different happenings in and around us, it becomes a subject matter of sociology. So not everything is sociological, or not everything is social. So to be sociological, it should impact the society at large, and this becomes the important scope of sociology. So August Scott, after terming the subject sociology, the subject resulted in an overlap with many other social sciences, such as anthropology, political science, economics, psychology, geography. So this overlapping, it became important because the subject matter of political science, the subject matter of anthropology, the subject matter of psychology, the subject matter of geography, it was also a subject matter of sociology, and these are also one of the important aspects of the society. So that is why sociology had a relationship with all these subjects. And now we'll discuss in details about these relationships. So starting with sociology and history. So we all know what kind of a subject history is. History is a subject which studies the historical happenings in our society or in the past, what kind of historical happenings that happen. Okay. So in history, we can see that looking into the past, we can understand the incidents that impacted society and how society have evolved from that point to the current situation, and what factors that have contributed to those situations in the past. So different type of sociologists, they gave importance to history. So it is Ibn Khaldun, then Aga Scott, Herbert Spencer, Max Weber, Emil Durkheim, Karl Marx, who gave importance to history. So sociology and history are deeply interconnected because every sociologist use history to understand the ancient society. So on the other way, history also takes help from sociology in order to elaborate and analyze historical phenomena. So both subjects rely on each other. Okay. So it is primarily in this context of historical analysis, both the disciplines supplement each other with social understandings and developments. And therefore, one who studies history do studies causes and effects of the past events and circumstances, and this cause and effects of past events and circumstances leads to social change, and social change becomes a subject matter of development, and this on the other hand becomes a subject matter of sociology, because we also need to understand the causes and effects of past events of our society. Okay, then the term history is also embedded into numerous interrelated aspects, because history as the study of human past is based on archaeological evidences. Now what is archaeological evidences? It is based on past documentation of facts and figures of social happenings through books, through museums, through artifacts that people discovered through excavation, okay, or through digging down of earth surface, or that are been kept in museum, or that are been kept in libraries, the old books. So history has its own social, cultural, political, economic importance. That is why different historians looks different societies and civilizations and politics over the time, and this spaces attributes to the importance of the past times. So sociology and history, they are interlinked, because sociology deeply relies on history, and the study of society focuses on current issues by looking the historical background of those issues. Now let's take for example, if today we need to study the social understanding of development in our society, how today's society have developed, and how education is happening in our society through online mode of this internet era. If we need to understand society, or if we need to understand education, then we need to understand how education was there in the past, because we cannot discuss present by ignoring or neglecting past. In the past, we can see that education was in India, it was only subjected to certain people who had certain spaces and rights, and certain people, they were not been given education. So it was in the gurukuls, or it was in the ashrams where educations were subjected to. During those phases, it was only the wealthy, or it was only the people who had those rights, they can, or they could preach and get education. But now it has changed. Now, because of the constitution of right to education, everyone has the right to get education, and everyone has the right to be educated, where they can go to school, they can go to colleges, irrespective of whether they are influential or whether they are from what religion or what caste, it doesn't matter. So now the shift in education has changed, because we have taken the happenings of causes and effects in education from the past. In past, education was something different, and now education is something different. So to understand the current situation of education, we need to understand how education was there in the past. So that is why sociology relies on history to understand situations that are from past. So that is why sociology studies society and focuses on current issues by looking the historical background of those issues. So both present and the past can be understood through history. So sociologists often refer history to explain social changes and how the social changes leads to development and the changing in dynamics of the society over the period of time. So similarly, history also needs to understand the sociological aspects, so sociological concepts, and the boundary between the two are very thin or they are blurred because there is a web of social reality connecting both the subjects. And the thinning or blurring of these two disciplines, it was been done by scholars such as E.H. Carr, who wrote a book titled What is History? So he argued that sociological history becomes more historical sociology, and history and sociology are dependent on one another. So many sociologists also gave importance to the proposition of transaction between the two disciplines so that both the discipline can contribute together to the knowledge creation or to the interdisciplinary knowledge accommodation. So history shows that social changes is a reality, or history, through history we have come to know that social change is happening and it is always in society and it will happen in future also. So we need to take into account of these changes, and history does its work by taking into account of these changes, and these accounts are being used by sociology and other subjects for their subjective analysis or their understanding. So history provides a framework for reference and contextual tool to examine and analyze change carefully, and therefore to get a complete knowledge of the reality, sociology relies on this analysis of changes that history does. And therefore, sociology depends on history to understand the past events and how these events had great importance for reforming the society and the institutes, and how these events shape the institutes in today's time. Okay, so does anyone has any doubt? Does
No,
anyone
sir.
has any doubt? Okay, okay, so then we'll continue the classes in the next session. So we are starting with the unit 2 and how history and sociology they are related and what relation history has with sociology. So we'll continue this in the next class. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടിൽ
Hello.
Good morning, students. So, yesterday we have discussed your unit 1 of rural sociology. So, today we'll be discussing your unit 2 of rural sociology. So, that is in that we'll discuss first your unit 2 uh, rural urban linkages. Okay, so first we'll start with rural urban relationship, rural urban linkages. So, So before so so before understanding rural and urban differences, so what rural urban linkages, first we need to understand what is these two terms are. Okay, so the am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the two term rural and urban are relative. Okay, so therefore they can be understood in relationship of each other. Each one refers to a society that is formed in a distinct ecological setting. Hence, society formed in rural ecology is called rural society, and one formed in urban ecology is known as urban society. So, rural ecology is close to the nature and land, bearing comparatively much less alterations, whereas urban ecology or city is artificial, that is cultured form of the nature. Okay, cultured form of the nature. Thus, the two societies are briefly, they are chiefly distinguished by their ecology. Mostly, they are differentiated by their ecology, that distinguished in these comparisons. Number one, rural society is smaller than urban society in terms of both population and physical area. Rural society may or may not have modern institutions like police station, isn't it? Dispensary, hospital, school, post office, club, etc. If they exist, they are inadequate or lacking the facilities that are found in its urban counterpart. Then, number two, rural society has low density of population that may be clustered on the basis of social status. Okay, that is, the people occupying the same status may share the same neighborhood and may observe considerable social and sometimes physical distance from others, especially especially those who are positioned low in caste or class or power hierarchy. On the other hand, the urban population is large in size, it is heterogeneous in composition and secular in attitude. Then a sizable rural population is engaged in agriculture. Next, characteristics. A sizable rural population is engaged in agriculture, which is the mainstay of rural life. Besides, rural society has several other groups engaged in various arts and crafts, usually known as artisans and craftspersons, who regularly supply their services to agriculturists in exchange of food grains and cereals. Contrary to this, urban population is largely engaged in secondary and tertiary occupation. Secondary, that is manufacturing, and service industry, servicing, that is tertiary sector. Rural society has some full-time a large number of part-time specialists. Okay, so craftsmen and artisans also indulge in agricultural pursuit. then especially during the monsoon. Then the agricultural produce or small agriculturist is mainly for domestic consumption, whereas manufactured goods and services in urban society are meant only for supply in the market, isn't it? Then rural society is regarded as the repository of traditional mores and folkways. Hmm? So it is the repository of traditional mores and folkways. It preserves traditional culture, and many of its values and virtues are carried forward to urban areas, of which they become a part after some alterations. The maximum Indian population lives in villages. This denotes that villages are the abodes of majority of Indians. The village preserve the fundamental values of Indian society and transmit uh, them to towns and cities, isn't it? One cannot have an idea of India's spirit without understanding Indian villages. On the other hand, urban society is forward looking and future oriented as compared to the backward looking and slow changing rural society. Thus, the term we can say rural and urban signify two societies with certain visible differences of setting, social relations, and values. Relationships between the two societies has been changing and so perceived differently over the times. Now, we'll discuss rural urban relationship, a changing perception. How there is a changing perception in perceiving rural urban relationship. The rural and the urban are part societies that form a whole, that is society. So instead of being static, they may interact with each other and have evolved in terms of size, structure, and activities over the centuries due to internal and external forces which have influenced their interrelationships as well. These evolving relationships, perceived at different historical phases, has received different labels such as rural urban dichotomy, rural urban continuum, rural urban interactions, rural urban articulations, rural urban nexus, and rural urban linkages. So, dichotomous constructions of human society are as old as social sciences, wherein the two societies are viewed as formed of distinctive, often contradistinctive elements. Numerous familiar distinctions made between primitive and civilized societies are found based on number and diversity of social groups such as Ferdinand Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft, Emil Durkheim's mechanical and organic solidarity, Sir Henry Main, Sir, Sir Henry Main's a status and contract, and Herbert Spencer's militant and industrial societies. This conceptualization poses rural and urban communities as the polar opposites with no link between them. The dichotomous perspective neglects the existence of continuous, interdependent, complementary, and overlapping relationships of the rural and the urban. However, the scheme of folk urban continuum that came into existence from 1930 onwards uh, mm, uh, was the systematic and conscious attempt to highlight inadequacy of the dichotomous notion. It argues that societies could be arranged on the basis of their increasing or decreasing complexity. Robert Redfield defined an ideal type folk society as the polar opposite of urban society and kept rural society in between. Folk society, what is that folk society? Folk society, mm, that is small, isolated, non-literate, and homogeneous, with a strong sense of group solidarity and traditional and spontaneously uncritical and personal behavior are there. So, then definitive qualities of the urban type and then left as the logically opposite to those which characterize the folk society. Redfield usually refers to urban society as modern urbanized society. The idea implicit in using this pole is that it stands for urbanized society in general and that modern Western urban society in particular. In the studies by In the studies by Templeton and Equanton in Mexico, they have concluded that increase of contact brings about heterogeneity in and disharmonization of culture, which is one sufficient cause for secularization and individualism. The folk urban continuum deals with the problem of relative degree of presence of or absence of polar characteristics which vary not only between cultures but also within them. Thus, the real societies which vary in terms of constituent elements are conceptualized to be lying in between the two polar opposites of folk and urban societies on a continuum. The folk urban continuum did highlight the continuity between the rural and the urban in terms of increasing or decreasing complexity. But failing sort of revealing relationship of interdependence
Ma.
between the two societies, this scheme is also not quite free from the dichotomous perception of the rural and the urban. After the Second World War, many countries which were ruled by the Western colonial power attained independence. In the wake of planned development activities initiated in these newly liberated countries, the social scientists experienced a lot of newly emerging areas of interaction besides the traditional ones between the rural and urban society in these countries. Recent changes in political, religious, and economic sectors of life have added an urban component in rural life, isn't it? The nature of rural communities therefore called for a re-examination of the efforts of understanding their interactions with other similar communities and urban centers. M.N. Srinivas examined the spread of classical great tradition of the uh, of the of the literations from national to regional and then to the local levels. He conceptualized how the upper strata could provide the model of ritual behavior which is emulated at lower levels through the process, through a process that he called Sanskritization. He opines that the emulation usually takes place in the situation of improvement in economic or political position of the great concern due to its contact with a source of the great tradition. When a caste or subcaste attempts to move upward in the local hierarchy, very often it faces opposite by dominant caste in the village or region. Mackie Marriott used the concept like parochialization and universalization to locate the downward and upward movements of influences from the little and great traditions separately. Marriott looked into the form of trait underwent in the process of devolution he called parochialization. He also pointed out the complementary process of universalization by comprehending the way in which a local or lowly tradition could become wider and more sophisticated. Though interactions between the rural and urban society have always existed, the social scientists took a long time to look beyond the village and these perceive these interactions. The perspective of rural urban interactions brought into relief multiple and ever going interactions between the two societies. Okay, then uh, now we will come to rural urban linkages. The era of liberalization, as we all have noticed, privatization and globalization that started in India in 1990s, accompanied by advent of new technologies in the areas of communication, information, news, media, transport, and consumerism, intensified the rural urban interaction and gave rise to far better psychic, social, cultural, economic, and political connectivity between the rural and urban societies in the wake of reduction of distance, time, and cultural barriers. With these developments, the relationship between the rural and urban is being perceived in the form of their connection that are conceived through the term rural urban linkages, giving an impression that rural and urban are connected in various ways rather than mm, mm, uh, being segregated. This term, in a way, subsumes most of the uh, earlier concepts like rural urban continuum, that is rural urban linkage. Okay, rural urban continuum, rural urban interaction, rural urban articulations, and village town nexus. Okay, the term linkage, the term is there. The term linkage refers to a link or connection between two things or to the act of linking or connecting them. Thereby, the term rural urban linkage, I hope now I am clear.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
sir.
In rural, yes, in India, rural urban linkages has uh, uh, ever existed in cultural, political, and economic. What happened? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So in the traditional culture of India, the existence of the literate great tradition, yes. So the concept, sorry, in India, rural urban linkages have ever existed in cultural, political, and economic dimensions. In the traditional culture of India, the existence of the literate great tradition and its relation to the little tradition in the rural setting has been highlighted by Mackie Marriott. Okay, so there is a strong connection between little tradition and great tradition. I hope that I think that we have discussed it yesterday also. So the existence of great tradition and its relation to the little tradition in the rural setting, that has been highlighted by Mackie Marriott. The concept of Sanskritization, the concept of Sanskritization that is given by M.N. Srinivas too is a case of connection between the lower and the higher cultural groups. Later, B.R. Chauhan's towns in the tribal setting and Yogesh Attal's local communities and national politics have illustrated the linkages between the towns and villages. Most of the studies on rural urban connections, okay, so basically most of the studies on rural urban connections seems to have proceeded with channels of communication and culture, but the massive developmental and democratization have further differentiated channels, linkages, and dimensions in the post independence period of India. So, the rural urban linkages perceived in different sectors and sectors of social life in India are so now here we'll discuss what kind of rural urban linkages are there in India. So, what kind of social life is there in rural urban linkages? So, sectors and dimensions of rural urban linkages. Then, so connections of a villager with the wider social world are reflected in an immediate regional setting is reflected in an immediate regional setting that consists of both the rural and urban counterparts. The connections have both traditional and modern elements. Based on these elements, the rural urban context can be seen in two broad sectors of activity, that is traditional sector and modern sector. Traditional sector and modern sector, the traditional links connecting the rural and urban have existed through administrative office, a small market, and the urban pilgrim centers, whereas modernized sector consists of the activities like sale of commercial shops, crops, and purchase of valuable goods, education, and health. Furthermore, the rural urban linkage in these uh, two sectors can be arranged broadly along three dimensions of life, namely cultural dimension, administrative and political dimension, and economic dimension. Notably, a revolution in transformation, information and communication technologies, and improvement in transport means in the recent decades have further strengthened the rural urban linkages in the modernized sector along all the dimensions. These sectors and dimensions of rural urban linkages are being. So now we'll discuss the different sectors and dimensions of rural urban linkages, out of which the major dimension is cultural dimension. Interconnections are found between the classical great traditions of the literate and the little traditions of the illiterate folk, isn't it? These traditions are spread from the national to the regional and to the local levels. In many cases, the upper strata could provide a model of behaving along ritual lines to be emulated at lower levels through Sanskritization. It indicates the downward flow of ritual behavior. It indicates in many cases, these traditions are spread from national to regional and to the local levels. In many cases, the upper strata could provide a model for behaving along ritual lines to be emulated at lower levels through Sanskritization. It indicates the downward flow of ritual behavior and values in which a trait of great tradition undergoes devolution or parochialization. On the other hand, a local or lowly tradition becomes wider uh, uh, and more sophisticated through its upward movement or universalization. Hence, the cities reflect regional traditions in their most sophisticated form with regard to the specialization of actors, places, and themes. The religious centers connect the city's sacred traditions, increasing specializations among performers with the diversification among visitors or devotees. One can see the sacred centers emerged as the meeting points of urban centers and rural hinterlands, along with the development of institutions like dharmasalas and professional priests. With the improved means of communication, the density of pilgrimages has now increased along with the further spread of rural urban interactions as well as the agencies facilitating them. One find increasing use of modern technology like tractors and trolleys, tours and four-wheelers, and hired buses to convey people to regional pilgrimages or mala centers or to carry wedding parties. In the celebrations of the rituals of the life cycle, particularly marriage and death ceremonies, the villagers arrange feast, exchange gift, and enter into multiple interactions with the nearby urban centers. Large villages have developed supporting centers for urban links in these matters which facilitate rural urban connections. In the value system, if we talk about value system of the villagers, the greater urban content is menas gifts or entertainment at the ceremonies and in other rural ways of life has become the symbol for status enhancement. The rural people makes use of the urban ethos in interactions, secure prestigious band of music from towns, use appropriate film music, display fireworks, employ expert cooks from outside to introduce certain urban varieties of dishes and invite urban guests and political leaders. Gifts to bridegrooms. If you see, gifts to bridegrooms include motorcycles or cars, uh, costly wrist watches, clothes made of synthetic fibers, and electrical gadgets like radio, fans, TV sets, refrigerators, etc. Gift to bride that include ornaments usually obtained from urban jewelers, saris, or either uh, silk or nylon, household decorations, including household decorations, that is including furnitures like double beds, sofa sets, dressing tables, and kitchen utensils of stainless steel. They organize wrestlings and poetic competition and play host to dance or drama parties. Communication networks emanating from the national and state capital and the other major cities have reached the far-flung villages. Television and mobile have reached out to hitherto remote rural areas, whereas radio has been since long an effective source of rural communication. On the production side of television, there is some concern for including specific programs for farmers and certain recreational items also. Radio too has its rural programs, but the interest of the rural listeners are increasingly reported to lean towards uh, film music. The cinema has also been a meeting point for the rural and urban people. Now, internet has made a huge entry into the rural areas, providing services through kiosks, dish TV, or smart mobile phone. Thus, there is a two-way traffic in mass communication. Town is extending to reach the rural populace, which the latter seeks occasions to obtain urban exposure. Access to internet seems to be more influential in exposing the rural and urban people to each other. Administrative and political dimension. We have discussed the cultural dimension. We have now we'll discuss the administrative and political dimension of rural and urban linkages. Okay, so before discussing that administrative and political dimension, so we'll take 2 minutes break. With that 2 minutes break, I'll drink some water and come back. So please wait for 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, we will start our class.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, so
It's okay. It's okay.
answer is child, sir.
ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു പഠിക്കണല്ലേ വൈകുന്നേരമൊക്കെ അവിടെ അതിന് ചാടിച്ചോ ചാടിച്ചോ എനിക്ക് ചായ കിട്ടിയാണെന്ന് മിൻഹാജ് ചാടിച്ചാ
അമ്മ ചാടിച്ചോ?
പാത്രം പോലൊക്കെ പോയി പാത്രം പോയി വരട്ടോ
Okay, so we'll start our discussion. So now,
സാറും
okay, so now we'll discuss the administrative and political dimension. Rural-urban interactions along administrative and political dimensions have a long history. Okay, a village was defined. You need to understand this one. A village was defined as a revenue unit by the rulers in the past. Okay, the state made a number of arrangements for collecting land revenues, which gave rise to the mediating roles of the Patwari, headman, Jamindar, okay, Lambrador, Jagirdar, and Raja. During the British rule in India, Jamindars emerged as an important link between the administration and the villagers. Okay, so in British India, mm, uh, the Jamindars they are emerged as an important link between the administration and the villagers. The relations between the state and the villagers have not remained smooth. A number of tribal revolts have been witnessed in India, even the preceding the struggle for independence. The freedom struggle was itself given a new dimension when Gandhiji recognized the poor economic positions of the villagers and their role in the national economy. Within the Indian National Congress, special attention was given to the problems of the peasants, the revival of cottage industries, and the spread of education, implementation of land reforms and community development, introduction of Panchayati Raj, and spread of party organizations from district town to villages have all strengthened the rural urban connections. Politics has entered into the traditional groups like village, caste, and family, dividing them into factions. The mediators and brokers, mostly of political background, have come up to provide constant linkage of the rural people with the urban centers. Then we'll discuss the economic dimension. Economic dimension. The economic relations of the villagers in the colonial past were catapulted into the arena of the international market through the cultivation of cotton and other commercial crops like jute, tea plantations in Assam with migrant labor drawn even from the tribal areas, and labor engaged in construction work for railways, roads, and canals. The initial growth of industries attracted labors from areas of low agricultural productivity like eastern Uttar Pradesh uh, uh, and Bihar, flocking to cities like Kolkata, Ahmedabad, and Bombay. Initially, people earned income in urban centers to return to their native place on retirement or at leisure that marked the phase of semi-permanent migration. In a sense, it halted urbanization, but it contributed to urban influence in the rural areas. The Green Revolution and commercial crops introduced the market ethos with the within the rural setting that enabled the village and the city to draw somewhat closer. The new economic enterprises have attracted dealers of fertilizers, pesticides, advanced technology, and improved streets to the countryside in areas of the Green Revolution. The emergence of agro service station has brought modern technology to the doorstep of the farmers. New occasions have arisen for the villagers to establish link with urban markets and administrative centers for connection to the electricity grid, installation of tube wells, purchase of pump sets and oil, disposal of cane to sugar mills and grains to the market, or availing various types of loan from the state and banking agencies. Globalization started in 1990s gave a new fillip to the movement of the educated youth in rural areas who took up various jobs in urban areas. At the same time, with the changing lifestyle and growing middle class in rural areas, there is seen a greater extension of urban facilities like electricity, water, housing, road communication, banking, trade, and insurance agencies. In these rural urban linkages, one should see various mediators as links connecting the rural with the urban and vice versa. Now, we'll discuss the principal links connecting the rural and the urban. The extension of democratic and administrative order, okay, uh, to the village as well as the increasing mechanization of agriculture in the wake of the Green Revolution has generated important areas of activities. These areas are covered by principal mediators between the rural and the urban. The new needs of the villagers in these areas appear first among the developed sections of the villagers, but even even they have to acquire the necessary skills to meet the demands of complex formal requirements. They try to know the unknown areas and procedures of activities through the known individuals and networks. For this, they establish their connections with the formal structure through the extension of the primordial ties. The principal mediators are the rural elite and brokers working in political, legal, and economic spheres. They are tied they are tied in peculiar relationship with each other. The legal sector poses the problem which need to be resolved either through an understanding between the parties or by establishing ties with the legal and the administrative apparatus. The political leader appears in role of problem solver. The sale and purchase of machinery like tractors require knowledge of the markets, provision of finance, and the establishment of ties with a technician middleman. In these matters, some help of political leaders as well as kinsmen is sought. The rural elite who have emerged through democratic decentralization at various levels of the rural politics are very much performing the role of principal mediators as they have to keep hold on their political constituencies. In a way, mediation offers them a constant opportunity for extending political constituencies. The brokers are drawn generally from the workers of political parties or the kinsmen. Okay, so they are generally from the workers of political parties or the kinsmen with technical, legal, or market knowledge. The brokers and the rural elites are also tied in social, political, or economic relationships, which increase the effectivity of their action. Thus, rural elite and brokers constitute the principal links connecting the village with the town. These mediators are mainly from three spheres, namely legal, political, and economic. The emergence of these links between the rural and urban people is attributed to some factors that have been there since earlier times or emerging over the times. Okay, so then uh, now we'll discuss the factors in rural urban linkage. First one is human migration from village to town. Human migration from village to towns and vice versa is the most important factor in linkage between the rural and the urban. Industrialization and urbanization, the two interrelated processes, have been responsible for migration of rural labor as well as absorption of village into cities and industries. Industry center. Development of means of transport and communication have reduced or eliminated hurdles of physical distance, time, and cultural differences. Then, third one, extension of political and administrative institutions in rural areas have necessitated constant interactions for both the entities. Then, fourth one, expansion of market has not only arranged a space for rural urban interactions but also contributed to commercialization of various crops and land. Then number fifth, development initiatives for planned social change in rural areas have significant uh, consequence for emergence of new lifestyles and social differentiation in village. Then number six, kinship connections like those of family, marriage, caste or community and religion have traditionally facilitated rural urban interactions and these connections are and these connections uh, are ever present in the interactions of modern institutions as well. Then, number seven, religious pilgrimages and cultural tours have been the traditional sources of rural urban connections, which have received, which have uh, uh, mm, mm, received a quantum jump in the wake of improved transport facilities and revolution in communication technologies. Then, human migration and rural urban linkage. So, concept of migration. Migration migration is movement of people that generally involves a change in residence from the place of origin, departure to the place of destination or arrival. As such, migration refers to a specific type of spatial geographical mobility, implying relatively permanent shift of residence of people from one geographical unit to another one. For example, village or town, direction of shift, cause of shift, impact of shift on the two units, that is the place of departure and that of destination. Migratory movement is therefore not merely a physical, it's not merely a physical movement of people from one place to another, but also a set of social, cultural, economic, political, and other circumstances. Then direction of migration. In rural urban context, migration takes place in four directions. What are these four directions? That is rural to rural, urban to urban, rural to urban, and urban to rural. Of these, at least two types, that is third and fourth. Third and fourth means rural to urban and urban to rural. So they are directly related to rural urban linkages. All over the world, people have been migrating from the village to towns, and modern forces have accentuated the process. In developing countries like India, migration is a very significant process of demographic changes, isn't it? And urbanization also. And whereas it has saturated in developed countries where rural urban differences are no more significant from developmental viewpoint and and where many people rather like to shift their residence from city to a peaceful environment in the country, a rural side equally equipped with all modern facilities. In the developing countries, the rural in the developing countries, the urban, rural, or reverse migration is limited only, isn't it? In the developing country, the urban, rural, or reverse migration is limited only, despite the fact that Rural development witnessed with various facilities and economic resources. Factors in migration. Different factors in migration. Generally, migration is caused by factors of two types. That is push factor, another one is pull factor. Push factor consists of the physical, social, cultural, economic, and political conditions of relative deprivation in one and more aspects of life, which push out people from the place of their origin, whereas pull factor comprise the conditions like better infrastructure facility, rail, road communication, electricity and market, employment opportunities, social status, secular attitude, egalitarian values, democratic ideals, rules of law, human rights, etc. that pull or attract rural people of different social layers and levels to urban centers, whereas centers as the destination. In fact, migration is somewhat more than simply a seasonal, cyclical, temporary, or permanent movement. So it represents social hierarchy also. It represents social hierarchy. Uh, uh, In the countryside, nature, extent, and social characteristics of migration are mainly determined by three factors, namely macrostructural changes, social stratification, and specific conditions pertaining to specific villages and towns. Therefore, different push and pull factors combined determine on unidirectional migratory movements of different rural sections towards towns. Unequal distribution of resources in villages is a key factor in rural migration, but it is not the landless or the poorest who migrate necessarily. There is a dualistic pattern of migration consisting of young and old, poor and rich, illiterate and highly educated, horizons and upper caste. There is a range of the educated migrants, including the school and college dropouts, the educated with poor, moderate, good, and excellent performances, and the technically trained persons. Caste, class, and power background of people matters in determining migration also, mobility and rural urban connections, acute, okay, so acute unemployment, poverty, and pauperization are more of such a push factor in Indian villages. The poor may migrate more in numbers than the rich. The illiterate may leave their native places more than the educated people, and the lower caste people may have to migrate more often than the upper caste. But it doesn't mean that, owing to their numerical preponderance among the migrants in towns and cities, the poor, the illiterate, and the lower caste people establish more establish more rural urban connections compared to the rich, educated, and upper caste migrants. The rural construction workers working in metropolises like Delhi, though substantial in number, are poor, illiterate, and low caste. Their existential conditions characterized by poverty, unemployment, and indebtedness, comparable with the worst slum dwellers in the city, have pushed them out of their native places. They hardly give anything to the city except their labor and get hardly anything except the barest means of survival. Migration necessarily implies social and occupational mobility. Irrespective of caste, class, and education of migrants, okay, so not only the paupers and the educated unemployed, they migrate to towns and cities from villages, but also some people migrate to fulfill their cherished aspirations and ambitions, for which they lack adequate opportunity in their village, and some other migrate for more comfort and facilities. Rural elites, including political elites, from among the caste, Hindus, scheduled caste, and scheduled tribe have a tendency to settle down in towns and cities. The beneficiaries of Green Revolution settle in towns and cities to upgrade themselves as business and entrepreneurs. So then now we'll discuss continuity and change in rural and urban societies. There is a rural component in the urban society, as we have already discussed. Rural component in urban society, and also there is a urban component rural society that is infused through migration And an urban component is also in rural society in the wake of increased activity of development, uh, democratic decentralization, and revolution in communication technology. Thus, both the societies are changing, yet at the same time, structural and cultural continuity is also visible, which may be discussed at three structural levels, namely, number one, social structure, number two, economic structure, number three, power structure. The traditional institutions like family, caste, kinship, marriage, religion, and ethnicity are still playing an active role in both the societies, both the rural and urban society as well. The presence of these traditional institutions, along with new groups like class, club, and occupational associations, etc., Indian towns and cities exhibits a low level of urbanization of the social structure. The rapid urban growth in India is caused, that is number one, migration from villages and expansion of urban centers by inclusion of villages and small towns, mm, uh, small towns located in the hinterland of big towns and cities. And this kind of urbanization extends the same social hierarchy and institutional forms to the urban space, creating a large domain of shared continuity. As a result, though the urban attitude Okay, so now am I audible to all of you clearly?
Yes, sir.
Uh, as,
Yes, sir.
okay,
Yes, yes.
okay. As a result, though the urban attitudes, lifestyle, and behavior patterns reflect a greater change, it is also a multi-layered in the presence of multiple hierarchies in the population. Likewise, the cultural diffusion in the villages is also differentially distributed. Similarly, today the rural and urban economic structures show a greater change, but there exist significant continuities also. The urban occupational structure mostly comprises secondary and tertiary occupation, and its technical and professional base has significantly increased. Yet the small towns still draw much from the primary and traditional occupations. The traditional occupational relationships is evident even in towns of various sizes. In the rural society, elimination of zamindari system and the implementation of land reforms have resulted in a new agrarian structure of a few strata, broadly the upper, middle, and lower, as compared to multiple strata in the traditional structure, and has less exploitative relationship and less physical and social distance between the strata. Yet, the institutionalized inequalities of caste and gender are still continuing. In both the societies, occupational differentiation is evident, but the occupational distribution is still mediated by traditional institutions. Today, the democratic power structure based on universal adult franchise signifies a totally new form of governance wherein political parties have an important role in its structuring and functioning. When the social background of power holders is looked into, the traditional social institutions like caste, kinship, religion, and ethnicity are found very much active in political mobilization of people in the mm, uh, yes, when the social background of power holders is looked into, the traditional social institutions like caste, kinship, religion, ethnicity are found very much active. Very much, they are very much active in political mobilization of people in the political parties and other political institutions, resulting in traditionalization of the new institutions. So, thus, we could see institutional continuity in all the structure of the two societies. Nonetheless, various changes, especially in the material and technological life, have also occurred through diffusion of culture, even in the rural society. Yet, the social institution extended through the rural urban migration and linkages have rendered the rural society without a transformative impact from the urban society. Now, so this is in a very nutshell that there is a rural urban linkages and there. So there is also a rural urban differences. So rural urban linkages that we have discussed now, it refers to the socio-cultural, political and economic connections manifested between the rural and urban people, established in a both traditional and modern sectors. Modern political and economic changes have generated new areas of activities wherein even the developed sections of the villages lack knowledge and urban context. Therefore, the rural elite and brokers became the principal links in connecting the rural with the urban to solve their political, legal, and economic problems. However, many of the bases of rural urban linkages are still traditional, resulting in the structural continuity in the rural and urban societies in India, along with certain changes. Okay, so in a very nutshell, we have discussed rural urban linkages and differences. Now, we'll discuss some of the characteristics, features of rural community. Okay.
ഹലോ കേൾക്കുന്നില്ല.
ഇതല്ലേ
ഇന്നില്ല.
Okay. So, okay, now we'll discuss the characteristics of villages. Villages are principally food producing units and they are agriculture based. They produce not only for their own subsistence but also for the urban societies, which are non food producing units. An urban society is not an agrarian society, a tribal society in theoretical terms. It has a subsistence economy. People produce primarily for their own consumption. Tribal economy does not generate surplus. A peasant society, in contrast, has to generate surpluses not only for acquiring things, but things that it doesn't produce, but also for the city. Those who produce on a commercial basis, on a mass scale, with the basic objectives of multiplying their grains, they are known as farmers. whether the produce, whether the producers are peasants or farmers, they all supply food to cities. Okay, city dwellers, once their economic needs are met with, devote themselves to the development of arts and crafts and other non-agricultural pursuits. The innovation that take place in cities diffuse to villages. Thus, in economic term, land is the primary means units of production in rural societies, which is not the case in urban areas. In industrial urban cities, however, the production and distribution of industrial goods and services becomes the primary resource base. So the occupational structure is highly diversified in cities. Occupational structure is highly diversified in cities. Also, there is a greater degree of occupational specialization needed there. Thus, full-time specialists whose occupations require higher education and skills characterize urban societies invariably, isn't it? So, invariably, yes, so in addition, semi-skilled and unskilled workers who support specialists in various ways are also mm, found in cities. Economic interaction is closely linked with the political, although each village has its own council called a panchayat in India, which takes up and resolves disputes between among the people and communities in the village. The ultimate seat of authority controlling villages is situated in urban areas. The political power centered in cities controls villages. Prices of goods that villages bring to city markets to sell decided by urban political power. Please, please switch off your mics. Please, please your mics. It's so many noise are coming. Please switch off your mics. Okay. So we are familiar with the protest made by Indian farmers when the prices of sugarcane or oil seeds are fixed much below the expectation of their producers. When the prices of forests were reduced sometimes back, the agro-pastoralists also launched protest. The practice of internal mobilization, the practice of the, the practice of internal mobilization for achieving their objectives is not unknown among the village communities. But sometimes it doesn't build up enough strength because of lack of support or poor publicity. The result is that villages exploitation, villages exploitation at the hands of the city powers continues updated. Uh, Marshal Salin has called peasants undergoes who are not able to muster enough revolutionary fervor to bring about change in their state of existence. Along with economic dependence, villagers are also politically dependent upon cities. In both economic and political terms, the city enjoys supremacy over the village. Okay, so now we'll deal with the third aspect with the social and cultural factors pertaining to rural societies. We have learned previously that rural societies are relatively more homogeneous in terms of their social and economic characteristics. Their technological and organizational aspects are so simpler in the sense that they can be learned easily. Also, changes among rural societies occur at a slower pace. The geographical, social, and economic areas of interaction of the villages are restricted. That is why some people call rural societies small scale societies. The role of tradition in controlling the behavior of people is very strong. Religion also plays a significant role in governing the lives of people, and individuals have limited freedom to choose their occupations or mates. In other words, the range of choice among the rural people is highly restricted. Their territorial, occupational, and upward social mobility also is limited. So, so today we finished our discussion here because we are nearing 11. So time is not permitting us to further our discussion today. So we will continue our discussion in our next class. So thank you all.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Razia,
Thank you, sir.
Razia,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Razia.
Razi vida Razi. Asik
Hello, Razia.
Kare.
Ini apa kelas sih?
Pare pare nari pare tau.
Sir.
Pare pare.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
ആർക്ക് പോയി?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
ഇല്ലേ?
Sere Sridharajida.
ഹലോ.
ഒക്കെ മറക്കെ മാറട്ടെ. ഹലോ. ഹലോ.
Sere Sridharajida. Soshita.
ഹലോ അസ്സലാമലൈക്കും.
വാലേക്കും അസ്സലാം.
ഇല്ലടാ.
Ya habibi.
റാസിയ, റാസിയ.
ആ
പെരുന്നാളായ പോയല്ല ബർത്ത്ഡേക്കാരനോട്.
പെരുന്നാളായ ഓൻ മറക്കണ വയ്ക്ക. ഞാൻ കടയിൽ
റാജി എന്നൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാട്ടെ.
കോയമം തല്ലോ.
അപ്പനലി
ഗ്രൂപ്പിന്റെ ലിങ്ക് ഇട്ട് കൊടുക്ക ആൾക്കാർക്ക്. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് കയറ്റി.
ലിങ്ക് ഇനിയിപ്പോ ഞാൻ വലിച്ചു
ഇനി എപ്പോഴാ ക്ലാസ്? നെക്സ്റ്റ് ക്ലാസ് എപ്പോഴാ?
നെക്സ്റ്റ് ക്ലാസ്സിന് എപ്പോഴാ അറിയോ?
ഉരുളക്കിഴങ്ങ് 1 കിലോ 20 രൂപ.
ഇതാ ഉരുളക്കിഴങ്ങ് ഉണ്ട്, ഈരുള്ളി ഉണ്ട്. ഇതൊന്നും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരില്ല.
എത്ര?
കച്ചവടം ഉണ്ടോ?
കച്ചവടം തന്നെ ഉള്ളു. മഹാദേവ ഓർഡറാ.
മഴയുടെ സൂറം പുത്ത് മഹാദേവ
വീട് എവിടെയെങ്ങ സ്ഥലം
പോയിക്കോളി ഞാൻ പോട്ടെ.
ആദിത്യ എന്താ പാട് സുഖ?
ആശിക നായിച്ച് കടയിൽ പോയില്ല ഇപ്പൊ?
ഇന്ന് ഞായറാഴ്ച അല്ലേ?
അപ്പൊ ഇന്നലെ
പോയില്ല, ഇന്നലെ അളിയനട പോയില്ലേ?
ആളെ കളി.
ഇല്ലേ? നാളെ കല്യാണം നാളെ കല്യാണം സ്ലോ കുടിക്കണേ.
വണ്ടിയും തരുന്നു കല്യാണത്തിന്.
ടാ വേൾഡ് കപ്പ്
മാതിരി എന്താ പണി?
ആ
ഞാൻ ലിങ്ക് വാങ്ങിയ റിഫക്ക് വിട്ടെടുത്ത ലിങ്ക് ഏതാ അറിയോ? MA സോഷ്യോളജി. അത് കുത്തരുന്ന് കേക്കുണ്ട് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് നല്ല കേക്കുണ്ടാവും.
ഷറഫു MC ഹായ്. ആശിക്കേ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പിന്നെ പറഞ്ഞാല് ദീ പറയാനില്ല പ്രശ്നമില്ല. എടാ ഈ കൊറേ മോലിയരുട്ടികളുണ്ടല്ലോ ആശിക്കയില്, കൊറേ മോലിയരുട്ടികളുണ്ട്.
മൂസിനെ കയറിയ നോക്കിയതില്ലേ?
മൂസിന കേവിയോ
മൂസിന കേവിന്റെ ഫുള്ള് എന്താവോ?
കോട്ടക്കടവ്
കണ്ടം വഴി ഓട.
കൊറേ മോലിയരുട്ടികളുണ്ട് ഇതില്. മഹമ്മദ്
അഹമ്മദ് ഫുള്ള് അലമ്പാണ്.
കൊണ്ടോട്ടി അഹമ്മദാ?
അത് ഞാൻ പോയി.
പോവാ, ഞാനും പോട്ടെ.
എനിക്ക് ചെറിയ പരിപാടി ഉണ്ട്.
ഓ കറക്റ്റ് 200 പണി നമ്മള് തീർക്കുമ്പോ
അതാണ് നമ്മള്.
എപ്പളാ വരാ?
Hello students.
Good morning sir.
Okay. Maybe I hope all of you are joined.
Okay.
Yes. Then we'll start now.
Okay, sir. Okay.
our paper is Indian society.
Okay, okay.
Subject is
Yeah, continue.
So then we'll start only.
English.
Is very.
Sorry. Sorry.
Sir, camera on, please.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, camera please on.
Okay.
Welcome.
We'll start now.
Hello.
Shall we? Okay. So very beginning. Once again, good morning, all of you.
Good morning, sir.
And today, today we are going to discuss about Indian society,
Yes.
and also you might have known all those units of the Indian society. Maybe starting from Unit 1,
Yeah,
Unity
boy.
and Diversity, concepts of unity and diversity, then racial, religious, ethnic, linguistic.
Sir, click on camera.
Okay, you want to see me? Okay, no problem. It was some network issue. Maybe somehow if it is
Okay, sir.
okay. So we'll starting from unity and diversity, the unit 1 only, and concept of
That is
unity and
clear, Koro.
diversity, racial, religious, ethnic, and linguistic composition of India. And second unit, social stratification, caste, its origin and features, difference between caste and class, tribes in India, concept, features, and problems, and rural and urban India, idea of a village, that is characteristics of changes in villages, rural-urban relationship, then family in India, nuclear and joint family, recent changes. I think last class was happened last day, maybe Saturday. Maybe it was started already. What portions the sir, Gyano sir may be taken? Which portions he has taken already? Can you tell me about that? Then only I can continuously, I will maybe telling you or teaching you something. Can you tell me about which portions Gyano sir already cover up yesterday? It was happened in 1 o'clock maybe.
Okay.
Any of you have any idea about yesterday's class?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Gyano sir started this class yesterday itself. Can you say something about which portions he has covered?
Second unit.
Up to second unit.
Okay.
It has covered first and second unit completed.
No, sir. Start second unit.
Okay. I'll start second unit. It's okay. Okay. Thank you. We'll starting
Welcome,
second
sir.
unit. Okay. So that second unit is social stratification, caste, its origin and features, difference between caste and class. All this. Okay. Social stratification. You see, intro part, man has always desired an egalitarian society where all human beings have equality, but this noble ideal has never been fully achieved in recorded history, and certainly not in modern society, which are more concerned about equality than any other societies. Okay. In the indicators of development devised by national, international organizations, so that inequalities have in fact increased within countries and between the countries during the last
Sir.
month. Okay, tell me anything because some network issues there, so that's why I closed my video.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, because somehow it was fluctuating. I just recognize that. So it's okay. If it is required, you can tell me. I can open my video. Okay, no problem. I'll be here only.
All are people, sir, on the camera.
All are people on the camera. All are
Yes,
people
sir. Yes,
telling.
sir. Okay.
They're asking for on of the camera. Okay, no problem. It's okay. Then you see a number of agencies at a different level are engaged in reducing economic and social inequality. And the modern state has taken the major responsibilities for reducing social equality. And if you are talking about international organizations like UNDP, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and also international organizations like and also bank also play a major role for policy formulations and mobilization of resources to reduce poverty. Voluntary organizations are increasingly involved in the implementation of programs, development of programs, and whose major purpose is to reduce poverty, empowerment of people. Needless to say, these efforts have been only partial successful. So I directly go to the social stratification here, and also I'll telling about the theoretical understanding. What is social stratification? Social stratification can be defined as the arrangement of groups of individuals in the hierarchical positions in the basis of criteria like wealth, prestige, ethnicity, gender, and power. So, on the basis of these, you see, somebody see that is I leave sharing on YouTube and you two other are participating. Okay. So, classification can be defined on the arrangement of groups of individuals in hierarchical positions on the basis of criteria like wealth, prestige, ethnicity, gender, and power. Because of similarity of their positions in the social structure, they develop a common consciousness of who they are, who they are. So, what their common problems are, and what should be done to remove these problems. So, social stratification is a major form of social that in complex industrial countries like USA, and the main type of social inequality is individual based inequality and profession based inequality. And the lists have been prepared to show the public perceptions of the relative prestige attached to various occupations. One such list shows that the medical doctor, if you are talking about, on the top of the sweeper and the bottom, sweeper is the bottom, and the social worker is the middle rank. So it is a kind of example, the stratification. If a medical doctor is top and sweeper is the bottom, and also you can it is a kind of stratification of examples. And if you are talking about the quick mobility of individuals, disturbs the arrangement of status in hierarchy, and this prevents the development of groups and also consciousness for the development of group consciousness. I can say, and it is important that there is a stability. Uh, there is a stability. You can say that stability in the social structure, and that individual remain in a group and for a considerable amount of time, and that the avenues are social mobility are limited. And in India, class and caste are the main factors of social organizations or social stratifications. In India, basically, the two things, caste and class, is the main factors for social stratifications, about which we will not learn. Okay. So there are two prominent social thinkers who have enriched our understanding of the natures, types, and consequences of social stratifications. What are the two? I can tell you here: Karl Marx, another is Max Weber. You very well known about maybe. So that Marx analysis of society gives an important role to the economic factor. According to his theory of class, a class consists of a group of people who have similar relations to the forces of productions. For example, in modern societies, all individuals who own factories are capitalists, and all individuals who work in these factories for wages are workers. Similarly, in an agrarian society, individuals who own land can be called feudal lords, and those who work for them are serfs or laborers. So he also believed that the interest of these different groups are were in reconcilable, and which means that one gains the expenses of others. It means the result was that the workers, laborers, or slaves were always exploited by the capitalists and feudal lords or slaves owners is their respective society. So all other institutions in the society like religious, political, or education that helped the process of exploitation through various means. They helped. Okay. For example, I'll give you here. The religion preaches fatalism. Religion preaches fatalism, which convince people that their suffering cannot be prevented and that passive suffering can bring them heavenly rewards after their death. Okay. Similarly, the government attempts by the poorer section to demand justice in economic problems or rebellion. Okay. So in the Indian context, a Marxist analysis would interpret caste and the karma theory associated with it as justifying the exploitative relations between the landlords and serfs, and they prevent the serfs from understanding that the landlord is exploiting him and this prevents him from for fighting the exploitative system. So thus Marx places before us the theory of economic basis of social inequality. Basis of social inequality. And if you are discussing about the theory of stratification by according to Max Weber, another prominent thinker, sociologist, agreed with many ideas of Karl Marx, but differed on other issues. How he differed on other issues? He agreed with Marx that the most important dimension of stratification is economic. It's okay, clear, which results in formation of the hierarchical system of class. But he points out that there are other factors which determine social stratification, not necessarily economy, though economy creates social stratifications in the society, still other factors determine the social stratifications in the society. And according to him, there are three dimensions of stratifications. What are they? First is wealth, second is status, another is power. Three dimensions which determine the social stratifications in the Indian society or society. According to Weber, what are the three dimensions? Wealth, status, and power. And Weber also asserted that class formation did not depend solely on ownership of production process. Again, I am repeating it. Weber also asserted that class formation did not depend solely on ownership of a productive process. It's not solely dependent, not solely dependent. So it depends on the market situation, not necessarily solely depend on the process of productions, but some kind of market situations also determine the individual or is good than the person can become wealthy and consequently gains membership into the upper class. So that it means so that not always class formations determine on the forces of productions, but it also sometimes the market situations determine the status or stratifications of the individuals in the society. He's talking about. And so status is the second dimension. Okay. First I have told you. First one, which one? Three things: wealth, status, and power. First is wealth is determined through the market situation. Second is the status. Second is the second dimension. Status is the second dimension of stratifications, and it is a measure of prestige of society. A prestige of the society gives to an individual, and that depends on the lifestyle of the person. It means that status is the second dimensions of the stratification that provide a kind of uh, that is determined through the prestige of the society, that gives to an individuals, and that depends on the lifestyle of the persons. It means the status is depends on the lifestyle of the persons. What type of lifestyle? That determined through the status, prestige. Okay. So a person who occupies a high office, example, a person who occupies a high office would be the respected because of his status and not because of his economic positions. Not by of his economic positions, but due to status only a person occupies the high office in the office where maybe due to the status only. And the third dimension is power, which is the ability of the individual. Power is the ability of an individual that influence the actions of others against their own will. I think repeat it again. Third dimension is power, which is the ability. Power is the ability of an individual, of the individuals to influence the actions of others. It means power influences the actions of others, though power is ability of an individual. So this ability influences the action of others against what? Against their own will. For example, I'll give you a village community leader may neither be rich nor occupying a high office. Okay? A village community leader, what he talking about? Neither be rich nor occupying a high office, but his position as a leader of the community gives him the power. Okay, are interrelated. A person who enjoys wealth and power is likely to enjoy high status. Who is talking about? Max Weber. So this is, however, true of most cases, but not all cases. For example, how it is not most of the cases, not all cases? You see, for example, a Dalit may be skilled and well to do, but may not be given the respect he deserves because of his caste background. Of his caste background. He's a Dalit caste. So that's why he may not be given respect, though he has already having skilled as well as well officers. Still, due to the caste only, that is not given the respect what he deserves. Okay, so Weber, by adding these dimensions of stratifications, has enabled a broader understanding of social stratification. I think you understand all those. What are the perspectives of Karl Marx and Max Weber? Karl Marx mainly talking about the class positions or status, maybe theory of class, which is mainly depends on economic factor. But Max Weber, though agrees on economic factor, but disagrees with other factors like stratifications influence not necessarily economic, but also it also depends on, it also influences through the three status, wealth, status, and power. I have already told you. So wealth, status, and power are interrelated. Okay. So then I'll telling you about the concept of a class. Okay. Up to this, I think on did you get me? What I want to tell you about or convey you about? Did you all those getting me? Yes or no? Hello, guys.
Yes.
Okay, so how that stratifications influence in the society, and I have given the theoretical perspective to thinkers, Karl Marx and Max Weber. Okay, and then I'll telling you here the concept of a class, and class and caste is there. The concept, what is class? A social class is a group of individuals, what have more or less a similar wealth. And the possession of wealth enables the individual to obtain those goods and services that are scarce or valued by others. Okay, and these goods and services differ from society to society. And in traditional society, the wealthy person may be buy land and gold. While in modern society, he may be invest in the stock market or buying luxurious cars or go abroad for vacations.
Okay.
Okay. So wealth allows the person to create more wealth. If he interested, it is prudently. So the concept of class and characteristics, if we are talking about, the most modern society have class-based stratification. Modern society, class-based stratifications. However, many features of traditional stratification may not be observed in modern society, such as elements of caste systems and feudalism found in India. But with the economic development, class-based stratification is becoming increasingly important. Some of the major characteristics here: class is a relatively open stratification system. Open stratification system. And it means any society is said to be relatively open or closed, depending on the number of opportunities available of its members for upward social mobility. And equally important, and you can say, is attitude of the society towards the mobility of its members. Okay, so if the society offers a large number of opportunities and encourages members to achieve higher positions, then the society can be called as an open stratification system. Again, I'm repeating it. If the society offers a large number of opportunities and encourage members to achieve higher positions, then the society can be called as an open stratification system. Then otherwise, on the other hand, if the society has a limited number of opportunities for upward mobility and its normative value prohibit its members from achieving higher positions, so that society is called closed stratified or stratification society, because society did not provide opportunities. It means it has limited opportunities. If you want to become higher or high achiever, maybe you don't, because of only unlimited or restrictions given by the society. Society did not ample opportunities or large number of opportunities. If society provide, then you can go ahead. If society did not give, then that society is closed society. So that closed society you can find out in rural area, and urban center you will find out the open, because it will give an ample opportunities, a large number of opportunities, and encourage member to achieve high and also achieve their high positions or higher. So that's why that is the difference between the two. So that's why class is relatively open stratification system. Okay. Second is, the class system is a form of open stratification system. An individual with which achievements can gain entry to high class and equip prestige. Then another characteristic is impact of class system in India. What should be the impact of class system, or what is the result? Okay, so membership of particular class groups influences the behavior of its member. Membership of a particular class group, maybe you can say APL group, maybe APL, maybe APL means above poverty line groups. So those elite group. So those elite groups membership, particularly class group, influences the behavior of its members, and it also makes them conscious about their positions of the society. But in the Indian context, if we are talking about, more important is given to the caste. and the related issues, caste related issues in Indian society, rather than class factors. If you are discussing particularly in Indian society, it mainly focused on the caste system in India and the related issues of caste system, not necessarily class system. Though class system is open system and open system is also provide ample opportunities or large number of opportunities and allow the members to be uh, reach high, so maybe higher status. So that did not happen in the caste system, which will be available in the Indian society. So class character, which we are talking about in India, class character in India, it's quite different from the Western society. And here class and caste categories coexist in India, both. And class category like upper, middle, lower are parallel to the caste category. And they jointly determine the class status, power, and prestige of the individual in the society. And studies have shown that the upper class predominantly belong to the upper caste, which are an ascribed status. Ascribed and achieved status, you might have known. Ascribed status is those status is you can society will provide, that is ascribed on you by society. And achieved means you achieve yourself. Society did not have any interference. Okay. If you are selected or maybe crack IAS officer or collector, maybe society may not give you that kind of your status. So you achieve. Okay. So there have been significant changes in the last decades, but pattern still continues. This kind of thing. So the accumulation of and distribution of resources includes the include duration is determined and class positions of the individuals, those who are higher in terms, class status, caste or control ability, all those things. So here I'll discuss about the concept of caste and its characteristics. Caste class I have completed somehow. You can also go through concept of caste and its characters. What is the caste? Caste is a much debated topic. What caste refers to? CAST, caste, quote unquote, to the Spanish word casta, which means breed. In Spanish, breed in India, okay, in Spanish, okay, in India or in the Indian context, it represents caste and it relates social practice. Caste relates social practice, and the caste system influence the social life of the Indian in a number of ways, as it assigns ascribed status to it. According to the Rig Veda, the oldest and the most important of all four Vedas, there are four Varnas which are placed in hierarchical order. The Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras. And the profession of a Brahman is the priest and teachers. And Kshatriya are warriors and rulers. And Vaishyas are traders and other common people. And Sudras occupy the lowest positions in the hierarchy and perform the menial work as task. So according to some historian, there are a fifth Varna is also there. It is taken by the fifth Varna. That is the untouchables. That is the untouchables. And they are not considered as a part of society. Untouchables are not considered as a part of the society. Historian is talking. And the tribes and people, here another thing, tribes and people of other religions are also considered outside the Varna system. The tribes and other people of other religion, people of other religions are also considered outside the Varna system. They are not included, tribals and other religions people. So individuals are born into a caste and membership of a caste is determined by birth. An individual cannot change his or her caste. But there are instances where caste as a whole, after an improvement in economic status and changes in lifestyle, have claimed a higher status in the society. So such claims may or may not be accepted, and the dominant caste might react adversely to the claim. But even if the claim is accepted, the caste system remains intact. So, however, the process of Sanskritization, intercaste marriage and advancement of education has changed the degree of rigidity of the caste system. Okay, so here I'll discussing about maybe telling you about some who is the G.S. Ghure, father of Indian sociology. G.S. Ghure. So he is the father of Indian sociology. He noted, he is an anthropologist, noted anthropologist, and caste has 6 characteristics. How many characteristics? 6 characteristics. First is hierarchy. Second is endogamy, caste in other. Just a minute. Lack of restricted choice of occupation. Then civil and religious disability and privileges of different castes. Restriction on feeding and social intercourse. Segmented division of society. Then hierarchy. These are the 6. One by one, very shortly, I'll briefly telling you hierarchy. Hierarchy is superior subordinate relationship between various individuals and groups. What is hierarchy? Hierarchy is nothing but is a kind of superior or superior to subordinate relationship between various individuals and groups. Hierarchy in one form or another exists in every society. But the principle of determining the hierarchy differs from society to society. What are the principles? In India, caste is the main base of social hierarchy. Caste is the main base of social hierarchy. And the degree of ritual purity and impurity associated with the particular caste that determines its positions in the hierarchy. And wealth and power are not the determining factors, but the determining factor is purity and impurity. But in class, there is a wealth and power and status, that economic factor, market situations, prestige, status, all those you find out in class. But in caste, you only find the purity and impurity, which will influence the or determine the caste status, okay, or positions. And wealth and power are not determining factors. For example, Brahmin, those economic status, Brahmin, whose economic status is lower than a Rajput, is associated a superior position because of his higher ritual status. Because Brahmin is the higher ritual status. So that's why, though it is economically lower, still a Rajput boy touched the feet of the Brahmin of a Brahmin priest. Even a 80 years of old Rajput individual touched the feet of 18 years or 19 years or maybe 20 years of a Brahmin worshippers. Though his age was very high, maybe 80 or 60, still he or she should have touched the feet of a 20 or 22 years of priest Brahmin or Brahmin. So that's the very thing can find out that status did not change, or maybe status of a caste group, that position did not change due to the wealth and economic power, but it only necessarily change due to the purity and impurity or rituality. Okay, so in reality, however, the political and economic factors do play a significant role in the determining the positions of a caste. The sociologists have pointed out that that high mutual status does not actually translate into higher social status. Again, I'm repeating it. In reality, however, the political and economic factor do play a significant role. We know political and economic significant role, but in determining the position of the caste. But sociologists have pointed out that high ritual status like Brahmin as a priest doesn't actually translate into high social status. For example, while a Rajput may not have as important a role in ritual matters as Brahmins, it is unlikely that he will give a higher status to the Brahmin in other matters. Okay, to the Brahmin other matters. So according to, I'll give you here sociologist M.N. Srinivas. So a dominant caste in his is the caste in the community that has a sufficiently high ritual status. In that caste, in the community that has a sufficiently high ritual status, numerical strength, and material resources like land, wealth, and access to power. It means it is combination of these factors. What are the combination of these factors? Combination of high ritual status, numerical strength, material resources like land, all these, wealth, and access to power. All these combination of factors which keeps a caste high in the hierarchy. That is in dominant caste. Who told? M.N. Srinivas. M.N. Srinivas, the combination of all those factors, or maybe a size of the populations, their ritual status, their strength, maybe material resources like landowners, high landowners, maybe wealth, access to power. All those are combination of all those factors are keep high in the hierarchy list. And the dominant caste often has a major role to play in the village politics and in the social life. Maybe that dominant caste, maybe number of strength as there, maybe Khandar caste, maybe Vaishya caste are more number numerically. They have a more ownership, more number of land ownership. They have ritually they have less. Maybe that is one part. Maybe somehow ritually they may higher. All those their combination they are the dominant caste that particular village or particular community or particular area. Okay, so second point characteristics is segmented division of society. That is, caste are well developed groups, and membership was also based on birth and selection of a birth. One sec. Okay. See, so caste are the well-developed groups which membership based on birth, not by selections. The right and duties of the individuals are controlled by caste council, and the rights and duties of the individuals are controlled by caste. Okay, which exist in every society. So these council have large powers to regulate the social life of its members, and they can enforce order by punishing offenders for a variety of offenses. Okay, they can enforce order by punishing offender. Okay, so offenses including, what are the offenses? Like adultery, causing injury to others, maybe killing, punishment can include the imposition of fines, ordering the corporal punishment, how even the death signs sentence. Many castes have their own gods and goddesses. Okay, so these are the segmental division of society. Second is next is restriction on food or maybe drinks and social intercourse. Maybe that is restriction on feeding and social intercourse. The exchange of cooked food between various castes is based on specific rules and conditions. But certain castes accept only certain kind of foods from members of other castes. Food items are divided into pakka and kacha. Pakka is cooked in ghee, are considered superior to kacha food, which is cooked in water. And a Brahmin can take only the pakka food from Kshatriyas and Vaishya, but not from the Sudras and the Kshatriyas. Okay. On the other hand, Kshatriyas will take kacha food from Brahmin, but only accept pakka food from the Vaishya, who are lower than them. Okay. So distinctions in the farming of taking foods is based on the positions of the caste and income. Okay. Next is civil and religious disabilities and privileges of different castes. You know, different castes in a hierarchy have different rights and privileges. The result is that social life is segregated on the basis of caste. In North India, village impure caste are segregated while pure caste is lived together. So in South India, all castes tend to be segregated. In Tamil Nadu, for example, we find that the place where the caste Hindus live are called UR or UR, and where Dalit are live, Chichri, CHRI, CHRI, Chichri. But a Hindu caste are UR, capital U and small r. And the Cheri, the Chichri or Cheri. Cheri is situated at a distance from the village. Means the Dalit caste live in distance from the village. Okay. So Ghure gives example a number of instances from late 19th century and early 20th century to show to how these disabilities are enforced. For instance, in Viacom, a town in the princely state of Travancore, Sudras were disallowed allowed from the walking on the temple street. Shudra cannot go by walk. So a nationwide agitation by prominent leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Periyar against these discriminations and practice changed the situation. Similarly, in Pune, a Shudra could not enter the city during the morning and evening. Pune city, where in Pune. Okay. So these are the things. And another is lack of unrestricted choice and occupation. That is membership of caste is hereditary and each caste had a traditionally assigned occupations regardless of individual aptitudes, skills. He had to adapt the occupations of his caste. In the same way, every occupation was linked to a specific caste. So each caste has the same way. Every occupation was the presence of that caste. For example, only a Brahmin could become a priest because of his birth in the Brahmin family. Education was given on the basis of caste. Young members would be attached to the older members to train them in the occupation skills of the caste. So there was no universal and common education. Okay. In pre-modern times, you know, the economic relations based on the various caste was in the form of a Jajamani system. You know Jajamani system. Each service caste performed a particular functions for the landlords, and they used to receive payment in kind or community, commonly on annual basis. And the service caste and the higher caste had a client-partner relationship. In modern times, the relation has undergone change. Then endogamy refers to uh, the marriage practice in which the members of a group marry from within the group members. Endogamy is an important characteristic of caste system. In many castes, there is a endogamy at the subcaste level also. And for example, layers and lineagers may not marry between each other, even though both are Tamil Brahmins. Layers and liengars may not marry between each other, even though both are the Tamil Brahmins. So there are, however, expectations for the rule also there, and these expectations pertain to hypergamy and hypogamy. When a higher caste man marries a lower caste woman, it is called hypergamy. When a lower caste man marries a higher caste woman, it is called hypogamy. So hypergamy is allowed, whereas hypogamy is strictly forbidden. So it is a matter of prestige for the lower caste family if their daughter had been accepted by higher caste uh, higher caste man and family. An example of this practice is marriage between a male of Nambudri and a Nayar woman. It's an example. Okay. Caste in other religions, among the major religions, they would have they would exist only the Hinduism. But in India, adherents of virtuality of all religions seems to have caste-like divisions. Muslims, the Christians, the Buddhists, and Sikhs seem to be follow the principle uh, of inclusion and hierarchy in different ways. Islam and Christianity believe in radical equality between its members. However, the existence of caste-like practice so that in some aspect of the social milieu in which a religion is practiced influence it more than its theology. So similar is the case in Sikhism and Buddhism also. Caste-like differences may be observed in the religions other than the Hinduism. Okay. So maybe today I complete this unit 2, caste system and stratifications, class system, all those. Okay. Thank you all for patiently.
Thank you, sir.
Any doubt? Okay then. Thank you all. Okay. Bye. Can meet in next class. Till then, bye. Okay. I'm leaving.
ഡൗട്ട് ഉള്ളവരൊക്കെ ചോദിക്കട്ടോ എല്ലാരും എല്ലാരും ആരും
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Class over. Hello.
Yes.
Class over.
Yes, sir.
Can you? Can I leave from this chat?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Sir, start the class.
Why are you waiting in this section?
Sir, start.
What?
Children's mic off.
Why?
Rural society.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Students, we will discuss about the topic of Buddhism. What is Buddhism?
Buddhism was
Start the
founded by Gautama. The Buddhism in India in the 6th century. Buddhism enjoyed royal support for a very long time, starting with the great emperor
sir.
Ashoka in the 3rd century BC.
Excuse me. What is the
Hello,
Buddhism?
sir.
Do you understand, students? Okay, wind up in the class. Thank you, thank you.
See, have a camera off again. There,
Are you any challenge, students? Please tell me.
Sir, please start the class.
Okay. 1 minute.
ചെറുക്കാണ്ട് പോടൂ.
This one is the class started.
Caste endogamy. The restriction prohibition members of a caste from marrying outside their own caste is known as caste endogamy. Each woman
Sir, what is economy?
Indomie is the white is a product of the business marketing. Okay, man.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All our students in the meet achieve.
Sir, hello.
Aisha Mikonak.
Hello.
Aisha Mikonak.
Hello, sir.
Admin, please note. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Admin, please note.
പറയൂ.
These students are waiting. Join in the chat. Admin, director, please note. Hello.
Hello.
Many students are waiting to join in this chat.
Okay.
So please accept their request.
Hey.
Okay, thanks. Sir.
Okay, thanks, man. Abdum diho.
Hello guys.
Hello, students.
Why Shihab is on camera?
Okay, man.
Hello, students. Hello.
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 Is this class over?
എന്ത്?
Class കഴിഞ്ഞ.
Time is class teacher.
Class teacher.
ടീച്ചർ വരാണ്ട്.
Okay.
നിങ്ങളെ പേരെന്താ?
പേര് അൻഷിഫ് എന്നാണ്.
സ്ഥലോ?
സ്ഥലം നമ്മള് പൂക്കോട്ടുകര.
എവിടെ പഠിക്കണേ?
നമ്മള് കോട്ടക്കര ഒരു കോളേജിലാ. അതൊക്കെ ഡിസ്റ്റൻസ് ആയി കണ്ട ചെയ്യണത്.
സെന്റർ മായല്ലേ?
സെന്റർ മാഹി തന്നെയാണ്. കൊടുത്തിട്ടില്ല, ചിലപ്പോ കൊച്ചി ഉണ്ട്. അത് ഇതുവരെ ഞങ്ങളെ എക്സാമിന് അപേക്ഷിച്ചിട്ടില്ല.
ഫീസ് അടിച്ചോ?
ഫീസ് ഇല്ല. എക്സാം ഫീസ് തരാം. നമുക്ക് എക്സാമിന് നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വന്നിട്ടില്ല, ഇതുവരെ അപേക്ഷിച്ചിട്ടില്ല.
Please students listen your the class started.
നിങ്ങളേതാ ബാച്ച്?
ഹലോ, എന്തെല്ലാരും മിണ്ടാതിരിക്കുന്നേ?
All right, students. Self introduction, please. Introduce ourselves, please.
Hello, class. Good afternoon. Okay. So, previous class, I just finished the social problems what is the meaning of social problem and some of the characteristics of social problems. Let's start with the theoretical approaches. Start with the theoretical approaches to social problem.
Teachers, please on the camera.
What? If any queries you have, then you can ask me about the previous class. Okay. So, okay, let's start with,
Ma'am, my name is Surojit, and I just wanted to ask one question.
yeah.
That how do we get, I mean, old question papers? I mean, old question papers of the previous years.
Um, I don't have any kind of knowledge regarding this. I just informed to take some of the classes of you, so I'm not in a part of the university too, so I do not know. So maybe the coordinator who is joining you in the session, maybe they have the question papers or something. Sorry, this is not my part of job, so I don't know about that. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay. About the theoretical approaches to social problems, see, there are some theoretical approaches we are studying in our sociology part. Uh, you might have know that in the previous class itself, I was saying that any problem that is occurring in our society is never becoming an individual's problem. It is always considered as a social problem. So as a part of a society's problem or as a part of social problem, there are some thinkers or there are some theoretical approaches we have to study in accordance with the sociology. So there are certain approaches we are noticing in the sociology part. That first one is a social disorganization approach, then the cultural lag approach, then the personal deviation approach, you can say value conflict approach, and your anomy approach. So one by one I will be finishing with all these approaches. So approach means some of the perspectives that actually followed in sociology to know about the causes of the social problem, or to give some kind of suggestive measures to those social problems. So basically, if you people know about some of the sociological thoughts, kind of, if you have any kind of hello, what, any questions you have? Okay. If yeah, say.
Teacher, send short notes.
What? Any
Teacher,
questions?
no questions.
Okay. Okay. So if you
You
have
can
any
please
kind of
repeat
knowledge,
approaches. You can
what?
please uh, please repeat approaches.
I did not start with the approaches. I'm just giving you the background of the approaches.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you have any idea regarding the some of the sociological thoughts or theories of the sociologies that we study in our sociology part, that there are several kind of perspectives we are having. There are several kinds of perspectives we are having in the sociology. You might have known, or you might have heard about all these perspectives name. That is, we say that a structural functionalist perspective, or we say that conflict perspectives, or we are seeing that there are several numbers of perspectives we are having. In this way also, social problems have certain kind of approaches or have certain kind of perspectives towards all the social problems that is happening in our society. So the first social problems so the first theoretical approach we are seeing, that the social disorganization approach. Coming to the meaning of what is the social disorganization, if you can see that the social disorganization is a consequence of the social problem. Basically, what does social disorganization means, that what is the organization means? Organization in the sense, you can say that in our society there are several numbers of organizations you are noticing. So what is the main funda, what is the main things that binding all those people with that organization? If you can take an example of certain particular organization, any kind of organization you can take. So the peoples are binding together to work for one thing. So they have certain kind of norms with them, they have certain kind of values with them, they have certain kind of rules and regulations with them. So in a way, those values, those norms, those rules and regulations make all those peoples of the organization to work efficiently, to produce that one product efficiently. So in this way, when we're talking about the organization in sociological approach, we can say that any society who is conforming to certain particular regulations, certain particular norms, certain particular values, that is a efficient, or that is the effective organization of a society, we say. But when the social problem arose, or when any kind of social problem started taking place in our society, the disorganization things is also happening. For an example, uh, if you can say that the previous example I was taking, that any kind of problem, you can say that now the divorce is a problem, is a social problem in our Indian society, we can see that. So divorce is a kind of problem we are noticing in like 100 out of 80 families, we are saying, if I can take an example of this. So this divorce kind of concept is again make a disorganization to our society, to our family first, then family as an entity or as an element of any particular society, then we can consider that the social disorganization also takes place. So first, when the divorce rate is getting higher, when the divorce is happening in one particular family, then the disorganization, or we can say that the family disorganization is happening. But after that one particular family disorganization, several other family disorganization is also happening. So after that, several family disorganizations, now it is not a particular kind of thing to any particular individual, now it becomes a society's problems. So the whole society is getting disorganized. Or you can say, in a simple meaning, if I can take any kind of organization you are seeing in, or like any kind of I'm just taking a company, a certain kind of textile company is there. And if the textile company is producing in a good manner, and all those workers are having that harmony between all of them, but when the labor and the employers relationship getting बहुत ज़्यादा खराब होने लग जाए, then might be, then the disorganization happens. The laborers should not be happy with their working condition, the laborers will not be happy with their wages condition. So in a way, they started to leave that job, and that company is getting devastated, getting to be devastated in nature. So in a way, that organization, or you can say that certain company is getting disorganized. So that is the simple way. When a social problem arose, any kind of social problem arose in our particular society, in a particular society, that leads to the disorganization of the society. So in a simple meaning, if I can put it or if I can frame it, then I can say that the social disorganization is a condition of a society or a community or a group in which there is a breakdown of social control or of a social order or of formal and informal norms that define permissible behavior. So social disorganization is a certain kind of condition which is occurring in society or any kind of community or any kind of group. That means that any kind of social control, as a student of sociology, there are there are two types of social control we are noticing in our society. One is the formal control, and there is another one is the informal control. If the formal if I can take the examples of formal control, then some of the the legal control or the legal rules and regulations we are having in our society, those will be considered as the formal control, formal social control. For an example, those traffic rules you are having, those crime rules you are having, those acts and regulations you are having. And the informal social control is basically the society that imposes that makes a pressure on ourselves through the socialization process. For an example, we eat in a certain manner, we dress up like in a certain manner, we talk in a certain manner. So when we are noticing elderly people, we basically greet them in a certain manner. So when we are not greeting that person, that particular elderly person, when we are deviating certain dress code of the society that actually make an informal social control, then the breakdown of the informal social control happens. So basically informal social control means those social control that society imposes upon ourselves through in an informal way. There is no written things on that, but we are pressurized or we are socialized to do that certain things. So basically when the breakdown of social control happens, then the social disorganization also happens. For an example, you can take the rape cases in India or the rape cases in Delhi is getting you might have heard about all these things, that Delhi is not a safe place for women and all these things. So this is also a social control, the disorganization of the social control. Maybe the social control is not that much strong in those areas, so that the crime rate of these such crimes are getting higher. So that is the thing, the breakdown of social control or any kind of social order or any kind of formal and informal norms leads to the social disorganization that creates a condition which is called as the social disorganization. Then the basic characteristics of the social disorganization, if I can say, if I can put it into the frame, then it is characterized by the lack of cooperation, common values, unity, lack of cooperation, lack of common values, lack of unity, lack of discipline, and lack of predictability. When all these things lack is happening, we can notice, if when we are noticing the lack of cooperation between the society, the lack of common values between the society, then that again leads to the social disorganization. See, lack of cooperation wala example I gave it into the I gave it in the that certain company wala thing. Now I'm talking about the lack of common values. If you can see that in our society, there is a gap between the elderly people and there is a gap between the younger people now. So basically what happened, these gaps or these common values gaps leads to the family disorganization. For an example, you can say the previous or those elderly people have that they have that think that when you are eating the food, then you should uh, everyone should join the dining table, and everyone should gather together and talk between them and eat like a happy family. But these now today's youths, we young people, basically what we do when we are eating, we might have seen the TV, or we might have seen the phone. So basically there is a value, common values differ between the age group. So that again leads to the several kinds of conflict, you can say several kinds of family conflict, several kind of family disorganization happens because of that. There are certain several other values, like you can say some families, when the elderly people wants to dress up like this manner, and the young people wants to dress up in such a particular certain particular other manner, then the common values always differ and the family disorganization happens. And as I say, the family disorganization never can be a one particular family's problem. That again becomes to the social disorganization. So in this way, these social disorganization becomes in this way, these lack of cooperation, lack of social control, or lack of common values unity leads to the social disorganization, wherein a particular thinker has described that it described social disorganization as a condition involving lack of consensus and lack of integration of institutions and inadequate means of social control. According to Warren, there are three things that leads to the social disorganization. The first one is lack of consensus. Consensus, what do you mean by consensus? Is agreement to the group purposes. For an example, the textile company example I was taking before, then when all the laborers, when all the employees and employers of that particular textile company agree with the group purpose, that becomes leads to the consensus, or you can say the we feeling between that one particular textile group. When the lack of consensus, when maybe some laborers want some higher pay or higher wages, so there is a consensus, they are dheere dheere, what happens that certain people are disagree with the group purposes. Certain people act in a manner that they are disagreeing with the group purposes. They are basically maybe they're following for their own self benefit or something like that. So that again leads to the lack of consensus. When the group people, when a society's group people is having is giving the disagreement to the group purpose, to a group purpose, then your social disorganization happens. Then the second thing Warren said, that the lack of integration of institutions. If you can divide, or if you can differentiate between the organization and institutions, we can say that the institutions are basically you can say those institutions. For an example, you can say family as an institution, marriage as an institutions, and education as an institutions. So these are the institutions we are noticing in our society. When all these institutions are lacking some kind of integration in the society, then also the social disorganization happens. For an example, you can say the family as an institution failed to do its kind of his family as an institution failed to do uh, the part of work of that particular institution. Like the family disorganization happens, if the family disorganization happens, then it is also make an effect to the education institution also, because that families younger children, the children, the effects of the family disorganization also we are noticing from a children, from a child of that family. So it is also affecting to the institution of education. Now again it will also affect the marriage as an institution. So when the institutions, the societies, several institutions confirm not confirming or not integrating between themselves, then also the then also the social disorganization happens. Then the third point that Warren said, that the inadequate means of social control. In a second ago, in few minutes ago, I just talked about two types of social control, that is formal social control and and the another one is the informal social control. When the social control is inadequate in the society, for an example, social control, the example I was taking, that the rape cases is increasing in the metro cities. Why those rape cases is happening? Because the social control is not that much strong. The social control, the formal social control is not that much strong, or the informal social control is not that much strong. That is how it becomes an inadequate means to control the people to act in a such a manner, in to act in these kind of manner. If the social control is that higher, then you can say that the social disorganization might not happen. So these three things, according to Warren, he said that these three things actually the elements of the social disorganizations. Then coming to the Eliot and Merrill, who is again a social disorganization approach thinker. Here, Eliot, these are two thinkers. These Eliot and Merrill, they are two different thinkers. They combinedly define the social disorganization as this way. Have defined it as a process by which relationships between members of a group are broken or dissolved. The relationship is also a matter of the organization, of the integration of a society. When the relationship is not good between the people of the society, then it is again create some kind of disorganization. You can say certain kind of community disputes we are saying, certain kind of language disputes we are saying in our India. Why all these things are we are focused noticing in our India? Because of the relationship between members. If the relationship between members is not good between the people of a particular society, then also the social disorganization happens. uh, then also the social disorganization happens. Okay. So the disruptive conditions of society, which is evidenced by normlessness, role conflict, social conflicts, and demoralization, increases social problems, which again lead to the social disorganization. So disruptive conditions of society. Acha. Coming to the part of normlessness, role conflict, social conflicts, these are certain kind of different terms we are noticing in our when we are studying sociology. Norm and values and role conflict, social conflict, these are certain kind of terms we are noticing in our society. If I can say what is the meaning of normlessness, to know the meaning of normlessness, we have to know the meaning of norm. What is the meaning of norm? Norm means it is certain kind of rules and regulation of the society, and basically these norms are not such kind of formal norms. Basically these are the informal norms. For an example, you can say certain kind of in a manner I just told you, that informal social control. In informal social control, there is no such rules and regulations, written rules and regulations, but we have to do our work, our daily to daily life in such a manner. So basically the society imposes upon ourselves certain kind of norms which are actually basically informal in nature, certain kind of rules and regulations. For an example, you can say the dress code we are noticing, or the living style we are noticing, or the taboo things we are noticing, or greetings we are noticing, any kind of norm, any kind of for informal pressure that society makes upon us. So when those norms we are when an individual is not conforming to those norms, that becomes the normlessness. Or we can say when a society is not imposing that kind of informal social control or that kind of informal norms on the people of that particular society, that society is considered as the normlessness. Okay, so that is how when the normlessness happened, the social disorganization also happens. Role conflict, we can say that role conflict, you might have heard about all these terms, that role set, status set, role conflict and all these things. Basically a person is having different kind of role in his or her day to day life. I as a person have certain kind of role with my profession, have certain kind of different role with my family life, have certain kind of different role with my other social life. So we are having certain kind of different role. So basically what happened, you can say that from you people, that there are some people who might have working, and who are working, plus they are students, plus they have to manage their family. So they might have facing some kind of role conflict between themselves. And again, if I can take an example of the role conflict, sometimes what happened, for an example, you can say, um, in a um, in a court, the judge, when the judge let me frame it. In a court there is a judge and there is a criminal. The judge is performing his or her role in that particular court. When the criminal becomes his or her daughter or son, then he or she, that particular judge, is facing some kind of role conflict, because it has become a kind of difficult for him or her to give certain kind of judge, certain kind of you can say judgment, harsh judgment for their own daughter and son. So at that point, the role conflict that person is seeing in that particular role when he is performing. So basically what happened, these role conflicts, how these role conflicts makes the social disorganization. You can say in a society, we all know that we are having some kind of heads in our society. When you are going to some kind of villages or something like that, some places, there are some kind of head of a particular society. So basically what happened when that particular you might have noticed that MLA MPs are there, right? So they, if their son and daughter are forming certain kind of problem, certain kind of crime to the society, then they might have they are having that kind of role conflict, they face that kind of role conflict. Or you can say those MLA MP are basically in a way to save their own children or something though. So in a manner, it is forming a social disorganization, because they are not giving such kind of judgments, such kind of decisions regarding the well-being of the victim. They are giving such kind of judgments regarding the well-being of the criminal. So in such a manner, what happened, these role conflicts are also forming some kind of social disorganization in our society. And social conflicts, you all know that whatever I just gave you the examples, whatever the conflicts we are noticing in our society, in our day to day life. For an example, you can say family disputes are having, family between the family the conflicts are having, so that also leads to certain kind of social disorganization. So this is the main approach of the social disorganization. I hope it is clear to you. Okay, next, moving ahead to the second approach of second approach of social problems in India. The second approach is cultural lag approach. Lag, what is the meaning of cultural lag? To know about what is the meaning of cultural lag, what is the cultural lag approach, we have to know what is the meaning of cultural lag. Basically, cultural lag in the sense lag behind. Basically, what happened when in a society the equilibrium or the integration between, or you can say the equilibrium between the culture, or the equilibrium between the material culture and non-material culture happen, that actually leads to the cultural lag. Basically, what we can say that how this cultural lag happens in our today's society, the material culture of our society is basically getting higher and higher, and the non-material culture of our society is getting it is increasing, but in a slow pace manner. It is not increasing as rate, as per the rate of the material culture it is increasing. So if you want to know about the what is the meaning or what are the examples of material culture and non-material culture, you can say that the material culture, you can take it as the technologies we are using. Okay, so these technologies are the material culture, the kind of materials we are using today in our daily to daily life. And the non-material culture, that our ideologies, our thinking, our perceptions to our towards the society. So basically what happens, always we can notice that always there is a lag happened, there is a lag behind thing happened between these two things, material culture and non-material culture. Material culture is increasing in a higher pace manner, but non-material culture is increasing, it is increasing, but in a slower pace manner. So that is the manner how the non-material culture or our thinking process or our perception stay stay lag behind the material culture. So there is happened the cultural lag in our society. So if we can say the today's era of AI, that we say that the artificial intelligence, previously what happened, you can say there are certain kind of people who don't know about how to work with a how to work in a pace manner, how to work in a pace manner with the computers, with the phone, and with all these technologies. So this material culture, the technologies, the high efficient technologies is increasing day by day. So what happened, the non material culture, our ideology, our perception couldn't accept those material culture, those increasing pace of material culture. For an example, the AI thing I am taking about again, the AI thing, the AI is coming now, and certain kind of human technologies, certain kind of technologies, AI robotics things are also emerging, who is replacing the people with their job. So what happened, those people who do not know how to work with those AI systems. AI is not always regarding the robots and all. We are using AI in our everyday life. Like for an example, you can say Chat GPT and social media. They are having certain kind of technologies we are using. But those people who are not that much rely, or who are not that much knowledge regarding to work with these AIs, they lag behind. And in our society, obviously, we people are not even know that much about the AI. We just know about this is Chat GPT, so we are searching for these things. But there are certain high efficient AI tools are there, but we do not know about that. So our perception, our mind is not even accepting those AI things, that yeah, these AI robotics things can do the same thing that we human can do. They are doing in a better manner too. Okay, so in this way, the material culture and non-material culture, there is a distance happened between the material culture and the non-material culture. Another example, you can say the elderly people we are having in our family, they might not have that much efficient that much efficiency in handling with the mobile phones, or in handling with the laptops or something. So now they are not even accepting those technologies, because a few minutes ago I was giving you the examples that these young peoples are basically, when they are eating, if they are sitting together also, they are scrolling down their phones and they're watching TVs, or they are watching certain kind of reels and all these things. But elderly people, they do not want this. They just want a get together and having some kind of fun between themselves and something like that. So their perception or their mind is not ready to accept those high efficient material culture, because they can't understand these technologies and something like that. So they lag behind. So in that way, the cultural lag things happen. So whenever we are seeing the distance between the material culture and the non-material culture, that actually we termed as the cultural lag. So how this cultural lag basically tend to the social problem. Basically what happened, we can say that how this social how this cultural lag basically tends to the social problem. We can say that the if we can say the social approach according to the social aspect, if you say the same thing I just told you, that cultural, the difference between the culture in our family, the elderly people and the younger people, there is a difference. Always there is a distance between the material culture and non-material culture. So basically there is a conflict arose, because they are getting so much high tendency thinkings, the young people's high tendency thinkings, that yes, we should use these technologies and these things and all. But elderly people are so much not into the material culture. So in the social aspect, we can say these distance, these differences actually leads to the family conflict, and that again leads to the social problem, if we can say it in the social way. If you can say that the educational institution, if we can say that what is the problem we are seeing in the educational aspects, we can also see that in the educational, after the corona, you might have noticing that yes, the technologies are really good to have that that kind of accessibility to education, but it have various problems to the educational aspect too. People, those people who are actually studying or who are actually researching, they're actually now very much rely on the technologies, not even in the book, on the books. So we all know that books are the main source of gaining true knowledge, true factual knowledge. No Google, no Chat GPT, no any other kind of AI tools will give us that particular knowledge, particular factual knowledge as the books are giving us. So people are getting leading behind. So people are actually rejecting the book reading theories, and they are basically approaching the material, the high technologies theories. We can see that everyone is now using some kind of tabs, some kind of laptops. I am seeing that in my day to day life they are having tabs to note down or to make notes and all those things. So these are the problems that might not be, we can say, the physical problems or some kind of conflicts may not be approaches, but it is a kind of problem because people are now very much focusing on the, very much rely upon the technologies, but they are not relying upon the main sources of the education. And after all these things, these video calls and all these things also impacting on the education of the people. So that is how the, it is the material, the cultural lag things is also happy, makes a problem in the education system of our. So that is another aspect, educational aspect. If we can take a talk about the economical aspect, you can, you might have heard about those news is that certain companies like IBM and all these companies are now rejecting the applications of people because they are saying that AI can do the same work in such an efficient manner, that why they need humans. So in this way, this is a problem. This is again arose to the unemployment of the people, those who are not knowing about the those who are not that much efficient with the working of AI. What they will do, they get unemployed. So that is again a problem in an economic manner. We can say that is again a problem that arouses again a problem in our society. So in this way, cultural lag, we can say the lag between the material culture and non-material culture actually leads to some social problems in our society. If we can not say that conflicts or certain kind of disputes, if we cannot say, but it is actually hampering some, the technologies, the high efficient technologies are actually affecting certain peoples and certain aspects of our life. Okay, so this is the cultural lag approach. In the next class, I will be heading with the value conflict approach, personal deviation approach, and with the anomy approach. Okay. Till now, anyone have any doubt? Okay. If you people don't have any doubt, then I'm leaving. Thank you, class. We'll meet in other class.
Thank you, Miss.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Assistant.
ഹലോ മുഹമ്മദ്. അഹമ്മദേ. പ്ലീസ് റിപ്ലൈ നോ. ആരാണ്? റിൻഷാദ് ജോയിൻ.
Allah. Hey, punya. Bosan. ഗൂഗിളല്ലേ സൈറ്റില് സൈറ്റ് കയറും ഇതന്നെ ഇതന്നെ
വരുമ്പോഴേ ഇതിന്റെ പറ്റി പേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടാവും ആ പേഴ്സിന്റെ ഫോട്ടോ ഉള്ളതിന്റെ ബാക്കിൽ തന്നെ അറിയില്ലേ മറ്റേ ഫോണിന്റെ ഒരു കാർഡ് ഇല്ലേ കണ്ടോ
എന്തൊക്കെയാടാ മൈക്ക് ഓഫ് ആക്കിയ മൈക്ക് ഓഫ് അല്ലല്ലോ
എന്റെ തന്നെ
ഗൂഗിൾ ഒന്നായിട്ടുള്ള